All right, we're ready to begin. Everybody, welcome back to the Sofia Game Jam 2022. The festival which is dedicated to creating video games and inspiring young people to join this wonderful industry. So those of you who were here yesterday, you guys are heroes for making here 2 mornings in a row. Before we begin, of course, we have to thank all our partners who made this all possible. The French Institute, our host, which is around us right now, and the Polish Institute, which is hosting the conference next weekend, the job fair. I mean, this is the conference right now. This year's one of us partners, Creative Assembly Sofia. You all know them from the Total War, Troy, Total War, Rome 2, and Total War Warhammer 3, which I wish was less fun, because then I would have more time to spend in the real world. Ubisoft Sofia needs absolutely no presentation. The Sofia studio worked on Assassin's Creed Rogue, Tom Clancy's The Division 2, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We have Incineration Productions, which are going strong in the VR industry with Spellpunk VR. Chibi Phoenix, they're very famous for their anime and manga style games, and Pontica Solutions, which are working with big publishers like Bandai Namco. Rockstar legends are Black Sea Games. You all know them, very, very old studio in Bulgaria. They're soon to release Knights of Honor 2, a classic game, finally, after more than a decade of waiting. Chaos, the world leader in computer graphics technology with the VR renderer. They're actually quite impressive. They're on Game of Thrones and everything. They're super awesome. Rebellious Software, in the card game industry, they're making the World of Myths game, and Keep Interactive, which are soon releasing their Arena Brawler Cryo War. Of course, this is not going to be possible without our supporting cast of partners as well. We have also actually Hanging Games, before the support cast, I'm sorry, Hanging Games. You all know them as well, very old school in Bulgaria. You know them from the Tropical series, Victor Vran and Surviving Mars. And Infinigods, which are founded by the game industry veterans, which are super strong in the blockchain industry. And now the supporting cast. Now is the time. 11-Bit Studios, they've been supporting the Game Jam for quite a while now. They sent us some amazing art books. Monster Energy and Club Mate for securing us with some drinks. And DreamTech and Six Hammer, which helped us with some merch. And Coffee Spot with the coffee during the Game Jam, which is much, much needed. And now, the first speaker for today is known as the Bear. He has more than 15 years of experience in the gaming industry. He started off, he has a background in fine arts, but then he moved into 3D and found his passion in 3D modeling and texturing. He has worked in many big companies like WorldwideFX, Ubisoft, and even an indie game dev studio he founded called Hack and Paint. But now he's back in the WorldwideFX as a CG supervisor, and he's here to answer the age-old question, which one is more fun to do, VFX or games? Here to talk is Ivaylo Ivanov Mechkata.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Now I don't know what to say. Okay, which is more fun to do, VFX or games? A great question, and I don't know how I came up with this name. Actually, a few weeks ago, our HR called me. She asked me for the name of my presentation because they have to announce it. And I said, I'm not ready with my presentation. I haven't started working on it. But they needed a name, so I came up with this name. And a few weeks later, when I started working on my presentation, which was this Friday, I was wondering what I should say with this name. Oh, sorry. This one is for the Game Jam, previous one is for a VFX conference. And I was in a situation that I had the name and I don't know what to say. I didn't know what to talk in front of people that are making games all the time, and I'm in the VFX industry for the last 4 years, so how to compare them. I didn't want to talk about that the games are interactive, movies are not, or blah, blah, something, stuff like that that you all already know. So I started to think, and I saw that the keyword here is fun. Because somebody calls me when I'm under pressure and I'm working and I have deadlines, and they ask me that I should speak about my job. And the first thing that came in my mind is fun. Okay, there is something wrong with me, I guess. I guess it's the same with all of you guys. So I started thinking, and to understand why it's fun and why it had to be fun, I went back to my childhood. And when I say childhood, I mean the ages between 5 and 11. These are the more powerful ages for a human being because you're not old enough to understand that something is hard and to plan, to to think about the things that you have to do it. You still have the power of dreaming. So back then, in those ages, for a kid in Bulgaria, it was very hard to play a game or watch a movie. It's nothing like that right now, because now we have everything. So every time when I see a movie or play a game in those years, they had a great impact on me. So I was hungry for those. Those are not exactly worlds, but anyway. This was my childhood. So at that time, a seed was planted, a seed that gave birth to a VFX artist and a game maker years later. Okay, maybe 5 or 10 years after this point, I started to realize, or for the first time, the thought that maybe it will be the same fun making movies and games will be the same as watching them. So I started to search my own way, because back then there was no internet. I didn't have internet. I bought my first computer when I was 24 years old, I think, and I still didn't have internet. So I guess it was the same for all of us that wanted to be in those industries. We started to search our own way to get involved. And I was like those ducks there on the screen, those one here. I was flying around and hitting the boundaries of the frame, and this frame was the frame of my own knowledge and experience. And as hard as you hit the frame, the border of the frame, the bigger the frame became. So this way, we gained our knowledge and we started making it. So I was amazed and I fell in love in what I discovered during those years of learning how to do it. And now, maybe 20 years later, it's our responsibility to plant the seed for the next generations of VFX artists and game makers. So, this is hard to get in the industry. So I was planning to talk in this slide to talk about what was back then, that we didn't have enough information, and that today the level is very high and blah, 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 stuff like that. But it's not necessary, because is having fun hard? No, it's not. If you do what you love and if you have fun all the time, it's not hard. Beside the pain in your stomach and all the muscles that are responsible to being smile all the time. So I will skip this one. And as you may already know, you will not get the answer. Which is more fun, games or VFX? Not today, not from me, not from this presentation. Currently, I'm working in the VFX industries for the last 4 years, so I will try to show you a little piece of our work. But first, who am I? I'm Ivaylo, and I'm here with Petya. She's my colleague, and she will tell you a few things about our motion capture facility right after me. So stay tuned. Okay, as they present me, I'm Mechkta. I'm Mechkta for the last 30 years. I don't even remember how this started. So now everybody called me like that. And speaking about the way, our own way to getting in the industries, my way were arts. Even that my parents wanted me to go in a math school, I decided that I will study arts. And high school, university, I will study sculpture, painting, drawing, everything connected with arts. More than 10 years. After that, my next step was to go study directing of animated movies, which I thought that is the logical way to get closer to those industries. During that time, I started my first job in a small company here in Sofia, game studio. They were making flash games back then. And shortly after that, I started to go to a 3D school, which was organized by WorldwideFX. So my day was in the morning, university, lunchtime, working in the studio, evening, 8 o'clock in the evening till 10:30, 3D school. It was a lot of fun from the morning till the end of the day. And shortly after that, they offered me a job, and I took it, and I quit the job in the game studio, and I didn't graduate my MAC degree. So 20 years later, I'm still working for this company. I have quit it for a few times. It was just to pursue my personal dreams, and every time when I quit it, I worked for the game industry. So, a few words about WorldwideFX. This is a VFX house here in Sofia, based in Cinema Center Buyana, and it's part from the New Buyana family. It was founded 21 years ago, in 2001. We have more than 200 projects behind us, and around 160 people are working with us today. We offer a full range of VFX services. We have on-set supervision. We have art department that are doing everything connected with arts. It doesn't matter what you need, we have it. We have 3D scanning facility, motion capture facility, as you already know, and we are doing everything connecting with CGI. Okay, enough about the company, because we don't have a lot of time. So, I will try to show you a little piece of our work and the way that we do it in the VFX. And I'm not showing it because it's something really fantastic that I've never seen before, but I want you to be able, because most of the people here, and they're behind the cameras, are people that are making games. I know that because I have been on the game jam twice. So I want you to see that, to understand what we are doing, how we doing it, so you can compare it with a small game, for example. This is just a single asset that I'm going to talk about today. Okay, this is the Russian destroyer. It's one of our hero assets that we made for the movie Hunter Killer. So, on the left side, you can see the Russian destroyer, and on the right side, it's our diagram in which we separated it on different objects. All these colors and these numbers are different assets that we made, so we can work on it simultaneously and do it on time. A little bit of numbers, just to help you to compare it to the game. Okay, this asset have 29 assets, the 29 different assets in the master asset. These are more than 2,000 objects, just for one asset. More than 2,000 objects. It's close to 4 million quads and almost 900,000 triangles. It's hard to speak about numbers when you're an artist. Okay, 114 gigabytes of texturing folder, from which 35 gigabytes were the final textures that we used for the rendering of this asset in the movie. Those are 3,687 different maps. 17 artists work on this one, and we have 70 tasks, 70 different tasks. And this is close to 1,500 hours, and 910 hours were spent only for the modeling of this asset, which is close to 5.6 months for one single asset. Okay, so when we started this asset, this is the first time that we're seeing it. This is a low poly, this is a blocking. I want you to notice the date. It's July 2016. We made this blocking at this date. So in VFX, when our work starts with the script. I mean, especially when we're shooting the movie. When we have the scripts, our VFX supervisors start to making shot lists. In these shot lists, we can notice which shot will include VFX and which one will be full CG, and what assets will be needed to finish those shots. So we can start working on those assets even before the shooting the movies is start. And we are working only on the assets that we know for sure that they're going to be in the movie. So this is a hero asset, so we started working on it really early. And we are using those blockings to make animatics which we discussed with the director. And okay, I will put aside this part of the movie that this helps for the shooting process, and we will concentrate on the part that it's helping us in the VFX industry. So what we do with this, we do this. We are making animatics, so we can see what is going to be in the frame and how close to the camera it will be and stuff like that. So this is in September 2016, the first version of the shot, the first animatic. So from this we can see that we see the front part, top front part of this asset, and we have to concentrate on this part. So we are working on it and making the first color version of this in December, the same year. So first color version, we know that we have to work on this helicopter because it's very close to the camera, and we see our hero. Yeah, this is the first color version, it's still not there, but from this one, we know that we have to work on the top front side, everything else will be in motion blur, a little bit of texturing, and we are there. Okay, next version. Next version, it's March 2017. The director asks us to make a different camera. So now we see the whole ship. Not only the whole ship, we see it from the back side. Till this moment, we were planning to not work on the back side of the asset because we don't see it. Anyway, moving forward, another camera. This is 2 days later. 2 days later, we make another camera for this asset. So now we have 180 degree around the ship, and we see everything. Okay, at least it's not in the camera. We have distance, so it's not that bad. We can do it. And a few days later, we have this one. We are in the nose. Okay, super close-up. We see it close-up on top, and we see basically everything. So now we realize that we have to do each single piece of this asset to look perfect, great, and to be matched to the real one, because this is an existent ship. This is a Russian destroyer, is a real ship. It exists in real life, so people may know it. Okay, and we logged this shot in September 2017, the end of the year. This is the first color version. It's almost there. We still have a little bit to do, but it's okay. Notice that the helicopter is gone. So the artist that was working on the helicopter is angry right now. Meanwhile, in the modeling texturing department, they're working to match the details. And here the interesting thing is that we have a prop that was built on the set. We have to match this. We have the real ship. We are matching the real ship. Then we combine those, and they should work together perfectly. So the people are working on the details of the model and textures and blah, 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 blah. So this is version 48 of the Russian destroyer in October 2017. It became a really big asset with a lot of objects, and the time is ticking away. We don't have time to work left. So we have we have not enough time. We have a lot of artists that are working on this, so we can finish it on time. And all the artists, they're giving different results. It doesn't matter how well you prepare the materials for those artists, and you expect them to match the things that they are artists. They're making it their own way. So the results are different. So we need to synchronize those results. And this is additional work, and we don't have time to do it, so we have to work fast. We need to have fun fast. So we need to match the colors, we need to match the level of details, we need to match the proportion of details, and we need to match the borders, the connections, because the artist is working on one piece, and when you put it in the big scene, you can see the borders. We have to match this. So we are starting to work on the elements and review them. We review the passes, and we compare everything. Then we are choosing master elements, and after this, we are matching everything to those master elements. each review is connected with this. So, then we turn everything back to the mothership. This is March 2018. And this is version 51 of our Russian destroyer. That's the final one, no more. So, we can see the hero in action. This is the final shot. It's a full CG shot. The water, the helicopters, everything is done in CG. So this is June 2018, and this is version 173 of the shot. I mean, a lot of fun, 173 versions. And as you may see, the helicopter is back in the shot, but now it's far away from the camera, so all the details that the artist did are not going to be visible, but at least he had fun while doing them. So, and just to know that the hero never comes alone, this is another shot from the same movie, and this is a submarine that we did for this movie. It might look a little bit easier to do a submarine, but believe me, it was the same pain in the ass. And actually, for this movie, we did 3 different submarines, 3 different models, and all of them, they have their screen time, so they have to be perfect, the same way as the ship. Okay. Up. Now you can turn the lights on. Let's move to this one, just to say a few words more. So, as I said, I'm showing you all this, and I'm talking about how we did it, just to get an idea how we do it in the VFX. And maybe you will be able to compare it with the games and to see what the differences are and what common we have, because we have a lot of common and a few differences. Okay, the next slide is something that I just want to share with you. This is from a project that it's not on the screen yet, so I'm not going to talk about it. And those are pictures from my personal collection, and you will not have an idea which movie it is. I'm just showing it to you because this is one of the times that the boat industries cross paths, the paths of the boat industries are crossing. Because here on this screen, we are making a real-time VFX. We built this set, and we are using Unreal, yeah. I used to use Unity, that's why this mistake was. But we are using Unreal engine to shoot on the screen, projecting from our camera at the environment that we did in Unreal. So it was a great experience. And this one, if this technology doesn't exist, we were going to use a green screen or blue screen. And green screen makes all the actors color it in green, which is not so bad because we used to clean them. But this one gives you a good light, the light that you have in your scene, and you don't have to clean them. Okay, enough. How much time do we have? There will not be enough time for queuing. Okay, let's move to it. I want to show you, because the whole presentation went from the beginning to the end. I mean, my beginning, not the end, but nowadays. So this, the next thing that I want to show you is the way that our studio, WorldwideFX, the way for the last 20 years of our studio. So I'm going to show you a few reels. The first reel is, I think it's from 2005, but I'm not sure. That's why I put 2 numbers from the left side and the right side. This is the first reel when I started working for this company. Then I will show you a reel from 2014, and then the latest reel from 2021. And I hope you like it, and you will notice the progress. So, are you ready for the pixel art? noticed the mosquito man? And that was fun. Okay, I will skip the mid section because we don't have time. Skipping 2014 and jumping to the 2021. No more pixel art. Oh boy, I'm getting excited every time I watch this. Okay, and this is my slide for Q&A. If somebody have questions, I can answer everything because I can turn into a bear.
Okay, we have a question.
Oh? Okay.
Hi, what is the difference in working in your studio comparing to the work in game studio and as a 3D designer and 3D artist? I mean, like, what is the programs, what is the skills that you have to use, and what is the given time, what is your responsibilities, and the teamwork in the VFX or worldwide VFX comparing to the game studio?
Oh,
All the things.
there are a lot of things, but most of the answers is that it's the same. Most of the answers is the same. I mean, when we speak about teams, all the people that work in game industry or VFX industry, they do it because they love it. So they're collaborating, and it's a great environment to work. If we speak about the responsibilities as an artist, it depends in what positions you're working in, what are your tasks. So if we have a more concrete question about this.
What should be the objects that you're creating? Because I heard that for example, the objects should be really created but not faked with textures
In
like
VFX?
in games. In games, you fake the
Yeah.
shapes.
I think that I understand the questions, but in games it depends what kind of games you're working on. But most of the time you have limitations from the hardware, so you need to use a little different tricks to make it look good. And the VFX, we don't have limitations, and as you see, we have one asset that is close to 4 million quads, which is a lot. And for example, in games, most of the time you have a library of textures, and you use those libraries to create your materials and to texture your objects. In VFX, we don't have something like that. We use materials and we paint the textures, and we can use as much as we need to make it look real. So for example, those 3,000, close to 4,000 different maps, they all were in 4K. So imagine this, if you put that big textures in a game, I don't know how you will need a next gen of consoles to play it. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure. I haven't been working for the game industry for the last 4 years, so maybe the things have changed right now, but yeah.
And what programs do you use today?
Yeah, the same programs. The programs
Max?
are the same everywhere. No, the only in our studio, the only program that we don't have is Max.
No Blender.
Yeah, Blender, we have Blender.
Okay.
We use Blender, we use Maya, we use Mari, we use Substance. Actually, every single software that you can think of, no Max. We have only one license for Max, and I'm not sure that we still have it.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, we got no more questions. Let's all thank Mechkata. We're gonna come back in 10 minutes with a little bit more WorldwideFX. So see you in a bit.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world. Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Me over, feel the pulse of it, pulls me under, find the truth in it, it is primal, as we balance it, good and evil.
Our next speaker is also from WorldwideFX. She started with journalism back in the day with audio and visual production, but then she started learning 3D on her own and soon landed her first position in VFX. And then she found her true passion, motion capture for animation. On her free time, she likes to get further into the topic and explore the new technologies like the Unreal Engine, photogrammetry, I'm going to pretend I know what this is, and neural networks, and playing music. Here to tell us a little bit more about motion capture for 3D animation, it's Petya Hristova.
Hello. Okay, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here and speaking about my favorite thing, which happens to also be my job. I'm gonna start with the regular self-presentation. I'm gonna be fast because I prefer to talk about the actual motion capture, not so much about myself. So I'm currently the animation and motion capture lead at WorldwideFX. I started specializing in motion capture, and this is still my favorite thing to do because after, as you can see, almost 5 years of experience in this field, I'm still fascinated and I love working with it, and I really like to explore new ways to do it and apply it and find ways to make use of this wonderful technology. I'm very passionate about everything that's connected to animation, and the main thing about me is that I'm just a person who managed to turn a hobby into a career, and I'm super happy about that and the chance that I have to do that. I'm interested in all kinds of new technologies, and I'm always trying to keep myself up to date with what's happening in the 3D industry. It all started for me actually with photogrammetry because I was doing video and I was interested in photography. And at some point, I realized that I can actually make 3D models with photos. And I was like mind blown with this thing. I saw one video on YouTube by one Blender artist. And so I started playing around with Blender and trying all different things. And my first animation was super absurd. I didn't know what a rig is. So I just cut the geometry of a model that I did of myself. And I made myself wave like this. And I sent it to a person that I know. And he told me, well, this is super cool. And I'm like, that's not cool. It's nothing. It's just super amateur hobbyist work. They're like, no, you should go work for WorldwideFX. And I was like, what is WorldwideFX? So I researched the company, and that's when I realized that while we have this super amazing VFX studio that has existed for over 20 years right here in Bulgaria, that's working on amazing productions, and I said to myself, I have to work there. And so I started checking out positions that they have available and waiting for the moment to start working there. And so my colleague Ivaylo already told you a lot about our studio. So it's the same slide. I'm not going to go over it again. I'm just going to say what WorldwideFX means to me, because this is where I started my journey in the industry. It was the company that gave me a chance, because I am self-taught. I didn't go to animation school or study 3D in university. I had a background in audiovisual production, so I knew what a producer is, I knew how to handle a camera, what a director does, what a screenwriter does, and everything about cameras, but I didn't have this practical or formal education in the 3D sphere. I was just a hobbyist using Blender to make their hand go like this. My journey there started with motion capture, and I started working in the motion capture that was actually set up for the film Hellboy. I'm going to play you the reel of WorldwideFX that is for Hellboy. Actually, wait a moment. But I'm just gonna ask to play it without the audio, because I want to explain you about the specific things that we did with motion capture on this reel. It's supposed to play. It's not playing. No. And let's play. Let's play. Yep. So you're probably familiar with the story of Hellboy. He's a creature kind of man that actually helps humans. So in this is the movie where we had a lot of creature work, and this is animation that is very easily done with motion capture and very hard to do by hand. So even these harpies that you see flying around here were also animated with motion capture. We had one of our CG supervisors laying these harpies here, laying on the table and going like this, and we were actually able to transfer all of this animation onto those characters. And we had a lot of shots on this. It took a lot of work on our end, and especially these creatures. were super interesting to do. So over here, this is the scene where you have the dark creatures. They're the creatures that you see staying here on the rocks, and they're kind of minions of this Blood Queen. And this was our chance to develop like fully developed characters and record all the motions for them, and really come close to creating actually something close to an animated film. So since we had a lot of animation to do for this movie, it was decided that the budget that could be spent to hire another motion capture studio to do all of this animation would be better spent to actually make a motion capture studio of our own, because that way we can just have it, and the budget will be spent, and then we can actually use it for all of the other projects that we have in the future. So, motion capture, okay, so now you saw what it can be used for. You probably know what it's used for, but what is it anyway? When I started working as a motion capture specialist and in this industry, I had this conversation with every person that asked me, so what do you do for a living? And I told them, well, I do motion capture. And the reactions that I get vary a lot depending on the background of the person. So you have people that are not very well, they have very little understanding of what motion capture is, of the film industry or anything. And then you have people that are for 10 years, 20 years in the game industry. And they're, of course, yeah, I know what motion capture is. And then you have the people that don't know it, they don't know anything. And usually the most common reactions that I get is, oh yes, like motion capture, like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. And that's why I have him here. Basically, it's impossible to talk about motion capture without talking about Gollum and Andy Serkis, who is the person who played him. Because this is the first like major example of motion capture being used in a basically blockbuster movie, in such a great movie that's become a classic, and so many people know about it and have seen it. So this was made 20 years ago, so of course the technology has developed a lot, but this was the person who started it. And so this is what people usually remember when you tell them motion capture. And it doesn't matter what the background of the person is. Usually what people have in common is that they know what motion capture can do, they know what it's used for, but they don't know what exactly it is and how the whole magic happens. And so what is motion capture? I think the best way to show something is to give an example, especially a personal example. So I'm going to show you actually how the character is being moved by a skeleton. In this situation, it's going to be, again, it's not playing, play, doesn't play. So this is an alien character that we did for one movie, and you can see how it's directly moved by the skeleton. You can play it one more time. Thank you. And this skeleton that you see over here, it's actually me. If people that know me can recognize my signature, the signature way that I keep my feet kind of like pointing towards each other. And here you can also notice how well the motion capture system is able to capture all of the small movements of the body, the specifics of the walk, and all of this. So in this sense, you can see that what is motion capture? Motion capture is the process of taking the actions of an actual human, the moves of an actual human. It doesn't even have to be a human. It can be a dog. It can be an object, and turn them into 3D animation, basically turn them into 3D curves. Sounds like magic, right? How does this happen? When I was working on this lecture, I was thinking a lot about how I can approach this subject, and depending on the type of people that I have in front of me, how much they know, and their idea. And usually I would start from the beginning. So you have equipment, you do this, you do that, and then in the end I would show the final result. But in this situation, I thought it would be better to see what we get, and then to see how we get there. So I'm gonna give another example here. Another example, just to show you the creatures that I talked about earlier, because it's interesting. In games, usually you're using motion capture for animation systems, and you're usually transferring animation from a human character, from an actual human, to a human character. But what I find most fun to do personally, and we know we want to have fun, is figuring out how to transfer the actions of a human to a creature. So for example, here you can see that we have a person, and we have a creature which has very different proportions. So it has very short legs, very long hands, huge head, and a tummy. Left. Yep. And so here is the person doing like a belly rub and a scratch and just kind of looking around. And then you have the creature. And as you can see, it's not just copy-paste from one bone to the other. There is also the thing that we call like retargeting and polishing, which is figuring out how to actually transfer the animation properly to the characters so that it fits their proportion, it fits their personality, and actually gives them life. Because when you see something like this, you want to see a goblin in this situation, and you want to feel that, you know, it's a goblin. You don't want it to look like a goblin that's being puppeteered by a human. So, giving you this example, we can now answer the question, what is motion capture? So it's the process of using technology and mathematical equations. They're very important, so it's kind of more of a technical aspect of animation to record the actions of actual humans, or in this situation, you can also see, this is me again, and it's not only my motion that's being recorded and transferred to this character. You can see in the back in the monitor, this is the software that we're actually using. But also, I'm holding a prop, in this case a katana, and there's also markers on it. So the movement of the katana is also going to be recorded, and also it will also be transferred to the character. Let's go. It's okay. And so again, to answer the question, to come back to reactions and questions I've had when I was talking to people about this, motion capture is not the people with the green suits. This is very important. The green suits are a totally different thing. They're connected to another department, more in the 2D department. They're connected to rotoscoping or even maybe rotomation, but they're not used for motion capture. Oh, no, that's fine. I can talk without it as well. So, okay, you saw the skeleton, and you know that we need to gather some kind of information. We need to record some kind of information to be able to make the skeleton move. And there are many different ways to do that. You can use equipment, and you can also use videos. The main two ways to the two main ways to do motion capture there are two systems. So the first system is considered an optical system, which uses visual information. So that would be cameras. And then the cameras can be tracking markers. These markers can be active, they can be passive. Or an optical system can also use only video. And they're these type of markerless motion capture systems. They're not quite systems, it's more like a process. And they use AI, use pose estimation tools to be able to actually use video and kind of try to figure out what the pose of the person is at any given moment and translate that into 3D space.
I have a question that you don't need the presentation to answer.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, absolutely.
How often do you guys use like actual actors to motion capture? How often do you just like don the clothes and just do it yourself?
Yeah, I have it in the presentation.
I have it. All right.
No,
all right,
no,
okay.
no. But I'm gonna answer it now because I don't have visuals for it anyway. So in ideal scenario. So motion capture works best when you have good planning. So in the ideal scenario, we would know the sequence that we're going to record. We would have all of the rigs that we need. All the characters will be made already in 3D space. We would have the director on set. We would have professional actors, professional stuntmen in the suits. We would have the motion capture supervisor, that would be me in this situation, and motion capture specialists working on the computers. And then we would know exactly what we have to do with the shot lists, and then the director or the VFX supervisor can be a director, like the external one or the one from our company. He would give directions to the actors, and we would record everything, make sure everything is in place, prepare the actors, record the movements, prepare, because what we do is, it's called live retargeting. And that way, the thing that you saw with the goblin, for example, the creature, the moment the actor moves, this would be directly transferred to the goblin. So the director doesn't even need to look at the actor, he can look directly at the goblin, and then you say, okay, we need him to be a bit more buffy, a bit more like this, And this is great because the actual director can see how things are going to look like. He doesn't need to wait for us to provide him with a shot, to have everything ready, and he can already give notes on the spot. And this is very valuable because it helps us deliver animations way faster, because we don't need to go back and forth for feedback all the time because the director was there. He can give his own input. But this is the ideal situation. But very often, we don't have the luxury of having the director on spot. And things need to happen very fast, so we can't do castings for actors and stuff like that. So we do this very often, yeah. The animation crew, we go down in the motion studio, we put on the suits, and we just play out the actions how we imagine that they would happen. And I actually think this is actually very fun for the animator and very helpful.
It looks like it, yeah.
Because we're animators, we're kind of like we're animators, but we're also directors, we're also actors, we're also cameramen, because we also do the cameras when we have a full CG shot, we also animate the cameras. So we're kind of this roundup specialist, and depending on the moment, we take on a different role. And when you're on the motion capture stage, you can be the actor. Otherwise, I mean, when you're doing animation, you always need to have a reference. And it's very common when you're doing character animation to record yourself. So, for example, I have a shot where I need to go like this. I need to pick up an object and look around and maybe wonder where this object came from. So I would record myself in front of the mirror and then use this as a reference. But when you have a motion capture system, you don't even need to record yourself and then actually do the animation in 3D space. You just put in the suit and you can already see yourself. And we have the monitors in our studio. Over there you can see them. And you can directly see yourself. So if you're a buffy character, you can go like this. Okay, I need to be more like this. If you have kind of a creepy character. You can see this played out in real time, and it's very valuable and it's very fun. I love to do it. I love getting in the suit, like from the beginning. Now I'm a lead, but I still love it, and it's super fun. And it's also fun for the people that are involved, because we've from all of the motion capture sessions that we had, I can maybe remember like two people that didn't look like they were having enormous amount of fun. And the fact that I can remember these two people means that there were only these two people out of all of these other people that were having enormous fun. And the thing they always like to do when you put on the suits and they see themselves as the character or they see themselves as a Power Ranger, you're gonna see it later over there on the table. The first thing that everybody starts to do is dance. Everybody wants to see themselves dance like a 3D character. It's just, I guess that's what just shows that people are enjoying it, and there's this spark that you want to see yourself dance because it's interesting and you're enjoying it. So back to the presentation now. I already mentioned these types of motion capture systems. The optical is what we have, so I'm going to focus more on that. But you also have the inertial systems, and the difference is that they don't use any optical information. They use physical devices like gyroscopes and accelerometers. They're also put into specific places over the body, and as you can see, they also have a suit that they wear. But they use information about velocity and movement to kind of estimate the position of the specific bones of the body. So I already mentioned our motion capture studio and how much fun we have there. This is how it looks like, a bit about our system. It's an optical motion capture system. We have 32 cameras. Vicon. We're not bragging, but it's considered a high-end motion capture system. These are the best cameras that you can get at this point. And we're able to cover a 7 by 7 by 3 meter volume, which is actually pretty big, and we were able to play out very complex scenes. We can capture a lot of actors. We've had people hanging from the ceiling, jumping on ropes, climbing stairs, going down hills, fighting, of course, a lot of fighting with swords, with all kinds of weapons. And a question that I often get is, how many people were you able to capture at the same time? And we're always beating our record. The truth is that we don't know. At this point, like the most people we've been able to capture is the most that we've tried. And at this point, it was 9 people with props at the same time, which, because we're kind of technical people, I know you like numbers, so that's a total of 66 markers that we had to put. Because as you can see here on this actor, he has little markers on him. And there are different marker sets that we use. The current one that we use has 57 markers. Then you have clusters, which tell the system which actor is who. And then you have 4 markers on each prop. And so you can imagine the whole team putting markers on 9 people at the same time. And then we have to take the markers off. So for one day, we put and we took off like 1,200 markers. And so this specific scene I still can't show you, but I can show you something pretty similar. It's not 9 people, it's just 5. But this is how the motion looks in our software. Basically, the red things are the props, and you can see the people attacking. And what you may notice is how, so this is straight out of the system. This is something that the cameras just see and they create it. Now they're going into the signature T pose. This is the pose that we use to calibrate them, and this is the pose that the system remembers them in. And you can see, like, you can notice how these are 4 different people. Like, right, they have their own way of walking, they have their own secondary emotions, and the optical system is very good at detecting these. Now, other systems can also capture these movements, but the detail that's straight out of the box, and there is no noise to clean. This is exactly how it comes out of the system, and it's pretty impressive. And I remember when I first started working at WorldwideFX, we started working with motion capture that was already recorded at first, and then we were recording our own. And we were looking at a lot of data and like practicing to clean it, and then transferring it to all of the creatures. And so, because this was my beginning in the animation industry, I was looking a lot, and I was thinking, okay, if I look at enough realistic animation, I'll be able to do it myself. And so I was looking at these skeletons moving, all of these small movements. And then we go to lunch. And we're sitting with my colleagues, which were doing the same, of course. And you have these 3 super tall men pass by us. And I look at them, and I'm thinking, I have seen this walk. I have seen this person. And I look at him, and this is Yankov, this is one of the stuntmen. For sure, I've never seen this person, I've never seen his face, but I already was able to recognize him just by the way that he walks, just by this amazing capture, this amazing transfer of his movement that I was able to see on a skeleton. So we answered kind of the question, what is motion capture, kind of what can you do with it? And now maybe it's kind of technical, but I'll try to explain it in a simple language. It's time to go into the how. Okay, so how does the system do this? So we have 32 cameras, and they 5 minutes. Oh man, damn. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna go fast through this. Okay, so you see the ring over here. This ring actually emits infrared light, and this infrared light gets reflected from the markers. So, yep. So what you see here is actually what the cameras see, and to us it just looks like random noise, just dots somewhere in space. But thanks to the mathematical equations and the calibration that we do, the system is actually able to use this marker information to create bones and then record animation on these bones. So these are kind of the steps. Over here you see the markers. So before we saw them just, it's called unlabeled, they're just somewhere in space. Here we see them labeled, so they have some kind of color, so they have a relationship between themselves. This is the relationship between themselves that they have. So these markers, these 3 markers affect this part of the body. These 4 markers affect the head. They don't affect, they basically create it. And then the bones are created. You can see all of the bones, they're created based on those markers, and they're moved based on the position of these markers. And then this is just a visual representation of the skin, so that you kind of have a better idea of how they move. And this is very fascinating what the system does, but this is how we get the animation. Some benefits, I already went through them while we were waiting for the presentation to load again. So motion capture in the film industry. These are just some of the movies that we were able to successfully apply motion capture in. And you can apply it in all stages of production because of all of these benefits. It's fast, it's high quality. And you can use it for many different things. The untapped potential that I found really was pre-visualization, because it's just so easy to do. It's just so easy to block out things that need to happen, because otherwise when you're doing, you're in the very early process and the director is kind of still stitching up the movie in his mind. And usually in the previs, you just have these blocks. So you have like a stick figure going like here, and then going like here, just a couple of keyframes. And this doesn't give you a real idea of how long an action will take. And then with motion capture, you know exactly how long it will take from a person to go to point A to point B, or for two person to meet, or for from two people to interact in any kind of way. And of course, virtual production, just the potential is so big to have one of the LED panels that Ivaylo told you before. And of course, the main purpose of motion capture is to support the animation department. I can go through this. So the challenges of the animation department is that we're usually really in the middle of the production process. So you can see when we're having live footage, CG over live footage, we're right in the middle, like right after the shot has been tracked. So kind of the whole CG process starts with us. And this is the moment where you get a lot of feedback. We're laying out the shot, what's going to happen when, where is this person going to be, what's going to happen. We even have to mark the explosions that are later going to be done in simulation. And all of the other departments, if we start learning late, we start eating their time. And they start getting nervous, like, come on, give us the shot, we need to start working on it. And so we can't afford being late, so everything needs to happen fast. But the thing about animation is it's time consuming, it takes a lot of time, it's hard. And it requires a lot of feedback, so there's always back and forth. And having a motion capture studio and having the ability to use motion capture is just crucial, because otherwise, it's very easy to become a bottleneck, especially when we're doing full CG shots, like a quick case study I'm going to show. We're right in the beginning, right? So everything starts with us, and all of the other departments are waiting on us. And so why use motion capture? We answer all of the other questions, and the audio-video production is a very dynamic process, and especially in VFX, maybe compared to games, we have external clients. So we're not in total control of the time frame, and the people you're showing, the people that are giving your feedback are not only your supervisors, but it's a director who may not necessarily be aware of the time that it takes to do CG. He can be a director, he can be even a screenwriter. We've had situations where the screenwriter also gives notes on the VFX. And it's very important to be able to do fast changes, and if you're going for a traditional keyframe workflow, that's way harder. And I'm not even talking about the realism, like the details, it's a given. But how fast things can happen, the way the animators are able to support their process, it's truly the most important thing. So moving forward, I was going to talk a lot about these guys, but this was a project where this is the closest that we got to actually doing an animated film. It was a film about how these three aliens find the Voyager, and they're looking at the whole history of mankind, that they're kind of judging us, thinking, okay, these humans, what should we do with them? And motion capture was very crucial, first to do kind of a character development for them. Like over here, you already saw this, but like figuring out how the creature is going to move, what's going to be their characteristics, because they don't give you a lot of information. Like they say, oh, well, they're aliens, okay, but we need to figure out how they move. And the other important thing was to be able to do fast iterations because we had a very limited time, and without motion capture, none of the shots would have been possible because the clients were changing their idea all of the time. They were like, oh no, I want this alien to look at the other one. No, I want the other one to look at this one and then rub his hand. And if we were doing this with keyframe animation, it would have been impossible. And of course, no spoilers, you're probably not gonna watch it, but in the end, their decision was pretty obvious, just kill all humans. And yes, so here these three characters are played out by me and the team, so they were played out by us as animators because we just put on the suits and we need to do these actions, let's do it. And we were able to, just in one day, we were able to record all of the, I think there were like 40 shots that we had to do, and we were able to record them in one day and then spend all of our time refining and everything else. And running out, okay, I'm good with time. Okay. So motion capture in the game industry, you already know this, but it's more common in games. It's even a must for AA titles because you have a large amount of animations. They need to be shared between characters, and as much as in the VFX, we were able to fake things with the camera. So, for example, here in the aliens that you saw, they were only from the waist up, so we didn't really have to bother to animate the lower part, but if you're doing games, if you're doing gameplay, you can't afford that because the camera can be moved from any direction. Motion capture can be super valuable to develop procedural animation systems like motion fields and machine learning. That's when you don't have like cut-up animations that you're going to use and just put them in a state machine, but the state machine can make decisions which animation to use depending on the information that it has been fed. And final thoughts, it's very important to say this, motion capture can never replace animator. None of the things that you've seen or that you see in the movies, because it's very popular, especially in superhero movies. You see it all the time, you just don't know that it's motion capture. It cannot be done without animators. It just cannot be done. Whatever we use from the motion capture, we never use it straight away. It needs editing, it needs polishing, it needs an animator hand to turn it into something real and something beautiful. And the proof, as I began with Andy Serkis, motion capture has been here for 20 years, and animators are also still here. It's a great tool and has allowed us to work on projects that were otherwise impossible, even go outside of our industry because we've done games, we've done advertisements, we've done AR experiences, all kinds of things. And I'm 5 years in, I'm still fascinated, and I love talking about it. So thank you for listening to me. And questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. Hi, Petya. Really nice presentation, first of all, so thank you so much for that. You said you are self-taught on that, and I just wanted to ask if you can give any recommendations for good sources to learn all of that, and approximately how long it takes to become more professional like yourself.
Okay, so my self-taught aspect was actually with Blender. So YouTube tutorials, but the thing about animation and especially motion capture, first motion capture you can't learn it anywhere in Bulgaria. No school teaches it, no school has a system or anything like that. So the best way to learn it was like me to get a chance to work in the industry. I would not have been able to do this if I hadn't been given the chance. But what you can learn is you can learn how to use motion capture because there are a lot of free resources, so free animations that you can use, and you can learn how to transfer them to a character. So good resources, Mocapis, they have a website where they talk about retargeting and how to use motion capture, and they also give some resources where you can find them. And the hard thing about animation, it's very hard to get good at it alone. So you need constant feedback. So even if you need to study the 12 principles, and then you need to animate. You just need to animate. It's not gonna happen just by reading. You need to animate, and then you need to put your work out. You need to show your work to people so that they can tell you, okay, this works, this doesn't work. They need to give you feedback, because when you're starting off, you still don't have this good eye, and maybe you do an animation and you know something is not okay, but you don't know what. And you need to find a person that can give you feedback. And I can tell, an advice would be reach out to people. And like, if you're interested in something, the way I was interested in WorldwideFX, like, I learned about them, and I said to myself, I'm gonna work there. And I was checking their website, and I was checking their Facebook page, and that's how I found out that they're opening a motion capture studio, and I can start working there. And that's how my career started off. And sometimes, like, people tell you a lot that you need to be hardworking, you need to study a lot, you need to learn all of this, you need to become an expert. And that is true, you do need that. I do have that. I am hardworking, and I am proactive and everything like that. But you also need to be a bit lucky, and luck is not just gonna come to you. You also need to search for it. You can't just sit and wait for good things to happen to you. You just need to try and find a way for them to reach you.
Thank you so much. Petya.
I have a quick question. I believe I saw a submarine in one of the Hellboy shots. And I was wondering if you end up reusing animations or characters or assets, as we saw a few submarines, well, a submarine in Ivaylo's presentation as well.
Oh, yes. In terms of animation, we do, of course. We have a library that we keep there all of the animations that we've ever recorded and have from different resources, because why have all of these animations if you're not gonna reuse them? Okay, so if it's a very specific scene, like an acting scene, we don't want to have it in another movie, but all kinds of locomotions like running, falling, diving, standing up, all these kind of different like simple animations, we definitely reuse them, yeah. And whenever we have, we often use motion capture for crowds. Like in The Outpost, we had these like a whole bunch of Talibans running down the mountain, and they're all different running animations, right? And when you have a variety, that's when it doesn't look like a generated crowd, because if we just record one animation, put it on everyone, it's just gonna look ridiculous. And so whenever we have, we also do a lot in the VFX, we do digital doubles. So when there is a scene that needs to be fully CG, and so the actor is not recorded, we have a complete photogrammetry made copy of the actor, and we put some kind of motion capture on them. And if it's something that, okay, we see this shot, and first we're thinking, oh, do we have this kind of animation already? Or do we need to go to the studio? And if we have the animation already, we can just reuse it. So it's common, yes, and it's the same in games. I mean, especially between characters, animation systems, we do that, yeah.
Hey, so the first time I learned about motion capture was 100,000 years ago when the first Avatar came out. And with the risk of asking too technical a question, can you give me an idea of how the motion capture technology has changed since then? Because we're expecting the second movie this December. And it was big when it came out, and people were talking about it, oh, motion capture, it's so innovative, and now it's just common, it's a common thing. Thank you.
Yeah, well, since then, we can say that the principles, because the Avatar was also made with an optical system, The theory has not changed a lot. So we have realized that, okay, we can use markers, and these markers can be transferred into bones, and these bones can be used to drive a 3D rig. What has changed is that the technology is getting much better, and also the retargeting process is getting much better. So what has developed much better is, okay, so we have this information. The thing that's, the body capture hasn't developed that much, I can say. Fingers have developed a lot because they were nearly impossible to capture before and they had to be fully animated. But the facial structure is something that's much harder because the body, each human has relatively the same proportions. So we have little differences, we have our own imperfections, but it's basically the same. So when you look at two skeletons of two people, they may be like, one may be taller, one may have like slightly longer arms, but they're fundamentally the same. They have the same amount of bones and everything. But the faces of humans are very different, very different. Again, you have the proportions, but all of the little wrinkles, the way the person smiles, each person smiles a different way. So it's very hard to even to transfer facial animation from one person, because again, we've done digital doubles. So we make a perfect copy of a person's face. But you can't drive him by the facial expressions of another person. It just doesn't look like them. Because again, everybody smiles a different way, everybody shrugs a different way. And different shapes of eyebrows. We have the same muscles, but they move a different way. So developments in this sphere is, I think, where motion capture has developed the most in the past years. And it's not only connected to motion capture, it's also connected to the way we construct facial rigs. The system that is used, a lot of, especially, I mean, Industrial Light and Magic, they have their own. They have a lot of proprietary software and even hardware. What we use is like Vicon. It's a commercial system. It's widely available for entertainment, and the studios develop their own things. So we don't even know how it works. It can give us a bit of an idea with their how it's made and reels and previews. But a lot of machine learning is involved. That is maybe that can also be said that we didn't have that like 20 years ago. Machine learning is helping a lot.
Any more questions? Okay, we have a question from YouTube. So, yeah. Okay. I've heard actors get paid for doing their job. Do animators get additional payment for doing an actor's job as well as their own?
No, no, we don't.
That's the short answer.
It's we're getting paid in fun. Yeah, actually, it's a good moment to mention that what I enjoy a lot, and I think the other people appreciate about motion capture, is that because we're VFX artists, we're used to sitting on the computer. And when I say that I work in the film center in New Buyana, a lot of people ask me, oh, you must be seeing all of the actors, all of the popular people, meeting some famous people. And I'm like, no, I'm just in front of the computer, you know, and I'm just doing animation, I'm doing 3D. But when we're doing motion capture, you actually have the sense that you're on set. Because you're there, you're active, you're not just on the computer, you get to meet the actors, the stuntmen, you're always running around, grabbing markers from the ground, putting them back on the actors, and you get this sense of this part of the movie magic that we, as VFX artists, kind of miss out on. And that's, I guess, that can be called some kind of payout from it.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. If there's no more questions, let's thank Petya for the fun talk.
Thank you.
We're going to continue in 10 minutes, and you might want to stick around, because next up is Ubisoft Sofia.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, no?
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying like, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over, feel the pulse of it, pulls me under, find the truth in it, it is primal, as we balance it, good and evil.
Okay, while we're on the subject of building immersive worlds, we actually have two people from Ubisoft Sofia, Kamber Hasan and Rosen Yankov. And Kamber actually, he started off as a video game journalist back in the day. He was working for the legendary magazine called Gamers Workshop. And I know a lot of you are too young to grasp the magnitude of what I just said, but I'll just have you know, this is actually a big deal. Even though he undersells it a little bit. In 2010, he joined Ubisoft Sofia, and he since then worked on 4 Assassin's Creed titles, and has now taken on the majestic-sounding role of world builder. While Rosen Yankov, he's been a gamer all his life, and in 2018, he decided to actually make his hobby into a profession. So he joined Ubisoft Sofia as an associate producer. He has since worked on 3 titles, 2 of which are Assassin's Creed titles, and now they're both here to tell us a little bit more on the subject. Rosen Yankov and Kamber Hasan.
Hey everyone and welcome. Thank you for having us today, and many thanks to the Sofia Game Jam for the invite. I see many passionate people here about video games, considering it's Sunday, 11 a.m. So thank you also for being here and for everyone watching online. So today, I'm Rosen and Kamber. We are here to talk about the key components of building game worlds. So today, we'll share with you the process that you should have when building a game world, what are the key steps, what is important, the things that you should look for. Overall, what we will share is universal and should apply to pretty much any type of video game, almost regardless of the genre. Still, having said that, we will focus mostly on the action-adventure games, as they are, in those games, the world takes a lot more significant part. On one hand, for the main protagonist and for the story, and on the other hand, for the players that play the games. And we are Ubisoft Sofia. You see, even from the first slide, we will have a lot of examples from Assassin's Creed. This is a title that we have a lot of hands-on experience with. We've worked on many Assassin's Creed titles, including pretty much all of the recent ones, like AC Valhalla, AC Origins. Even in the moment, we are part of the production of the newly announced Assassin's Creed Mirage that is set in Baghdad. And this talk today also matches a really cool occasion that we have as we celebrate the 15th anniversary since the first game. So before we start, let's take a minute, to remember some of the greatest moments in the Assassin's Creed history, but also to remember some of the worlds that those games took place in, as we will mention some of them later throughout the presentation. So, enjoy.
Are you ready for this? Of course you are. Come on, don't be shy. Don't let a fancy suit impress you. Don't let 1,000 fancy suits impress you. Be the thorn in history's side. Choose the greatest enemies. The captain. Sorry, mate. The emperor. The boss's boss. And make even greater friends.
Decent work, Leonardo.
Don't just pick a fight. Start a revolution. Get the bigger picture. Go too far. Go too fast. Face the invisible. The impossible. The unspeakable. Welcome to the greatest playground. History.
I hope this brought some fun memories with the Assassin's Creed games, recent and old. And the series visited many time periods and enabled players to leap into history and like making history an actual playground. But you see, the great characters, the great stories, the success comes from the great character stories, the freedom of gameplay, but also a main pillar for the success for the Assassin's Creed titles. And the main part of this success is the world those games took place in. And overall, this is valid for pretty much all games. If your world is believable, if it's rich, if it's logical in its fantasy, it will immerse players in it. It will encourage exploration, and it will encourage players to spend more time in those worlds. And ultimately, the players will remember this world long after they finish the game. So now as we approach the meat of the talk and the actual topic, I will give the word to Kamber, as he will share our process. And from time to time, I will also jump in with some practical advices that I'm sure that you will find useful when building your own worlds. So, what is world building about?
World building is a process of creating imaginary worlds, but sometimes it's associated with creating an entire universe with all the rules inside. Assassin's Creed, because it's rooted into the history, we place a lot of time creating these worlds, gathering different information about it, and try to recreate this as much as possible at some degree. Okay, having a rich world, what this brings to your game? It makes your character more credible because they are more grounded inside. It makes more narrative, more immersive, and overall your gameplay experience more varied and believable. But there is another way how your brand or game can benefit from the good, well-crafted world. This world can be used to be visited multiple times, not only through the game, but also through the movies, comics, books. Even you can create some events around them. So it's very good idea to have a good worlds, well crafted.
Is very important, but what actually, from where to start? We will share what we found working for us in Ubisoft, and I'm sure other companies or teams have their own approach, but the steps that you need to everyone takes are fundamentally similar. So a thing that you should remember here, probably take as a takeaway after this talk, is to pay attention at those steps. Neglecting or entirely skipping one of those steps carries huge risk down the road throughout your production. If you need to revisit one of your main pillars of your game, it would essentially mean either a partial or a full reboot of your game. For example, you decide that at some point you need this forest to be a lake or a desert. It needs a huge amount of rework. So depending on what project you're working on, decide how much time you should spend on each of those steps, but try not to skip any of them. So now, as we start, this is how your production will very overall will look like, very roughly. We won't go through this, but what we will go through is what is happening with your world through those steps. And we will mostly focus on what is happening throughout the conception and pre-production towards the production. Because this is the most important time for your world to become alive, to put a solid foundation that the world builders later can use and bring this world to life. Don't expect to identify what your world will be throughout the production or in the debug. This is a phase of execution. So most of the talk today, it will be what is happening in the beginning. So currently, we are at that point just before the conception, and we need to choose what world we want to build.
Okay, generally speaking, we can identify two types of world in terms of player autonomy. The first type of world are the games with a lot of player autonomy. They can go anywhere at any time and consume the game at their own pace. This type of games are open world games, usually suspected. So games as Assassin's Creed, Witcher 3, Elder Scrolls, Elden Ring. Second type of game are the games with, let's say, more guided experience. They provide more tailored experience, and there, in this scenario world, is setting the stage for the narrative. Because the narrative experience and game experience is so important, everything should serve this. So you have to choose it. In our case, in the case of Assassin's Creed, we are, as you know, at most of the time we're doing open world games. So at the beginning, let's say we choose the time period and the place where the future game will happen. We start gathering information about this place and this time period. So layer upon layer, we are gathering this giant database that in the future will be used to create our game. First, in general, we are separating the world information in two. First, natural layers, and second, human layers. In the natural layer, first you start getting information about the terrain type. What kind of terrain? Canyons, biomes, vegetation types, wild and domestic animals, weather, 4 seasons, 2 seasons, it depends. But you're gathering all this information. After that, you're looking about the natural events like northern lights, sandstorms, or earthquakes, or volcanoes, such a thing that can provide very good gameplay in the future. After that, we are looking in human layer, so-called from a human layer. You should gather general information about the countries of the people, how they live, social structure, who are the rulers, and the economy of this place, what they produce, their art, their way to living, their deities. We are looking also in architecture, like private building, how the private buildings are public buildings or production buildings look like. And we are also looking on religious building, because usually they are pretty big, elaborate, and we can use them easily as world landmarks to navigate the player inside the world. And there is a lot of other layers, like warfare, how they fight, burial customs, greetings, production. Are they more agriculture or they more nomad tribes? The conflict inside, because it's a game, Assassin's Creed is a game about jumping over player faces and killing them. So it's a good idea to see different opportunities and gather information for this kind of events. And also we are looking for events from the past, present, and future of this time period, because it can inspire the team to create some cool stories. And don't forget important characters, because we are diving into the history. It's good to have this solid research.
One thing to know here, if you are making a sci-fi game, for example, you need to invent those layers by yourself. Currently we are researching and exploring. But now that we have this...
Oh yeah, the most important question. This is the time when you start creating your game world. So having nice data is good, but what you should put inside your game. I will give an example here from ancient Egypt. And the major question is what this world makes cool. If you're doing ancient Egypt, it's a good idea to put pyramids inside, hieroglyphs, temples, river of Nile, different oases and whatnot. All the well-known information about the ancient Egypt. If there is an important city, this depends on the time period. If it's late Ptolemaic era, it's good to have Alexandria with Alexander Library and pharaohs. So you should try to implement everything inside, but keeping in mind that you're creating a game. So you should be aligned with the creative vision, with the art direction, with the narrative, and with the gameplay. It's just 100 simple steps to build. You know, world game development is easy, but it also is pretty exciting. So, next step is?
Yeah, so you're at the stage where you know what game your world needs. You also did your detailed research for this world and decided what to put in your game. Next step is what we call it's paper prototype. A keyword here is paper. You're still working on paper. Don't waste time, put anything in engine. It's a waste of time, because here at this stage, you're still making a lot of iterations on a very high level that if you're working in engine, it will take you a lot of time that you probably might not have. So here, now that you know what you're putting in your world, you create your world map, how it will look like. But not only this, you incorporate it with everything else that you have so far, with everything else from the creative vision. So on top of your map, you put how your regions will be, but you put a high level of the narrative, where the quest will roughly go through, what locations will be visited at each stage of your game. Also, for the locations, you might have here and there a concept art or something to support your location. So, in a way, here you should have your first glimpse of your future game. So, what is very important is to have a very sober evaluation for yourself and for your team if this is working, if this is good enough. Because if something doesn't feel right, it's not logical in any way, don't expect to magically solve itself when you put it in engine. Quite the opposite, it will manifest itself and it will take times and times more to fix it. Imagine if you put your quest structure on top of your map and you decide that you need another island there, or to have the northern part not mountains but a forest or something else. It takes just a minute to take the rubber and change the map, but if you already have it in engine, it will take days, weeks to change it. So once you're ready with the paper prototype and you're good there, then you start working in engine with your blockout.
Yeah, blockout stage is pretty interesting because it's first time when you start walking inside your world and start imagining how this world will look like and start testing your paper prototype ideas. The general rules here is to play with the big shapes. Start with the terrain. Try to implement all the things, all the necessary big shapes in terms of landscape inside the engine. Iterate a lot until you're happy, because here you start playing level design on big scales. Like you want some city to be revealed after these mountains. You have to create this moment with slowly appearing. Generally speaking, because this is literally a fundamental of your game, the terrain, I mean. Once you're happy, then move on the next step, which is to indicate all the locations, all the big and mid-sized object, natural, man-made landmarks inside, and play it a lot to see what are the distance. For instance, if you put a desert, crossing the desert feels right because it's more different solitude experience there. If it's possible, try to put all your water bodies, rivers, seas. It will help a lot to see, because it will raise the question how I'm going to cross this river. Probably I can swim, but probably there are other ways to do it. And place all the towns just roughly, big shapes, nothing more, to see the distance, to measure the scope of the world and how it feels.
Once you're happy with that, we move to the production and actually start building the world. For us in Ubisoft, that would mean to ramp up all the teams, like level designers, level artists, quest team, lighting team, audio, and so on. For you, it would mean to ramp up just a few people, but don't do it if you're not happy with the previous stage. So, in its essence, the production is a lot more straightforward compared to the conception stage and the pre-production when you're doing all your research and deciding what your game is all about. Here, your focus is to execute. But in most cases, the production would be the longest period from your whole process of creating the game. So the advices I can give you here, probably the two advices, one on the production and one on the creative side, would be on one hand to try to keep your dependencies in check. What does this mean? It means finish with your level design first and then make it beautiful with your artist, and only then put the lighting inside and sound and so on. Decide if you have a small town, a village, or a camp, where it is, as Kamber said, exactly. Your UFO landing site is here, and it serves my gameplay purpose well. This village has 5 houses, they're facing this way, and once you're happy with this, then have an artist inside to make it beautiful, because if you later on see that you need 2 more houses and to rotate some of them, all the teams after this need to redo their work. It sounds easy, it's not so much, so you need to be careful about this. The other thing that you really need to keep an eye on and pay attention to is to try to keep a steady velocity for your production. Do you know what velocity is, like a word? Yes? Okay, so it's something like speed, but not exactly. And the thing is that with good velocity, you're going to some specific point in the distance, specific spot. It's not just going fast and working. as Spock says in Star Trek, in Enterprise, increase speed and velocity. So what you should pay attention here is to have everyone from your team, from your world building team, to be well aligned with the creative vision that you decided in the beginning. Because trust me, like 8 months later throughout your production, 15 months later, 20 months later, you can easily lose yourself while working in a cave somewhere on the small details to forget about what you were thinking and what you decided upon like a year ago. So from time to time, take a step back, look if everything is shaping up just as you imagined in the beginning, and if needed, to have a correction course to where you want to be. And so you build your world, and with time, you see how your ideas from the beginning start to manifest themselves in the real world. Your ideas are there. Everything is going according to plan, which it never does. I don't know why I said that, but let's say in our case that everything is going according to plan, and you're playing your world. You have your beautiful terrain with various types and regions, your mountains, cities, small locations, and so on. And you play it, and you still don't feel it's good enough, or something just doesn't click. There is something that you can do here at this stage that's, let's say, midway through the production, that we see way too often neglected in games, and it's a very powerful tool that I will leave Kamber to talk more about it. It's called...
And this is one layer on the top of all other layers. It's environmental storytelling, and it's a lot of fun to do, and let's say it's more enjoyable things to do when you start seeing your game and you wonder how to put more stories inside, more interesting stuff. Environmental storytelling is just to create a scene without words, without dialogue, without cinematics, and leave the player to connect the dots and understand what's going on. I love this example here because with a couple of traits, you already have a dramatic story. Like the sad story of the bunny, may I rest in peace. But if you're creating a fictional game, probably this is a story of small Pegasus who just walk around on the stone and fly away. This is the power of the environmental storytelling, because you're leaving to the viewers or the gamers to decide what story happened there. Okay, you can use environmental storytelling to enrich the story of your characters, to make them like they're really part of this world because they are leaving their footprint inside. You can tell their story through their personal spaces. Also, you can tell the story of the world itself, how this world is at this stage, what leads you there, are there any disaster, what's happened to be in this stage. So here we have two equal game places, but they are telling completely different story. One is probably more creative, chaotic. Other character is like to everything to be put in order, separated by colors. And you can tell the story of the characters that you're going to meet inside the narratives that makes them richer. They fill the gaps in their biography and show what kind of people they are. Or you can tell the story through environmental storytelling of the people who you never meet when you're playing the game. About the world, you can, because environmental storytelling is so, let's say, powerful and impactful, you can tell a different type of stories with a lot of emotional range, like some disaster stories, someone who's party hard in the restroom, and some questionable type of games over there, and solitude. So the tools of environmental storytelling are the pacing of art. You can reuse different art and combine them to tell the story. Different scripted events, if you can have them, Like if you're walking and a couple of birds flying away and draw your attention over there, if you combine them with some creepy audio, all of a sudden players start creating stories inside their head. Cool. And next, the benefits of the environmental storytelling are pretty obvious. They are easy to produce, they are scalable. Like if Rosen comes and says, we don't have time for these 200 environmental storytellings, we can scale them down and put it in important places in order for player to see them and experience them. Am I missing something, Roska?
Yeah, well, they're easy to do. They don't take players' control.
Yes.
So basically, you're playing. You just see it, and you decide how much time you can spend there and to interpret it for yourself what is going on. They're not obtrusive.
Yeah.
And
they're fun to do, as I mentioned. And they can draw player attention if you want to draw the player attention in a certain place. It's good to use environmental storytelling. And that's it, I think.
Yeah. As we wrap things up, probably the three things that you can take away from this talk is first, decide what world your game needs and do a thorough research on it. Then decide then make your paper prototype, and from there, as quickly as possible, have the big shapes, very rough silhouette of the world in engine. And three, as the production moves forward, try from time to time to step back and check in if everything is going in the direction that you initially wanted to go. So, yeah, thank you guys for listening.
We got some time for questions.
We don't have a Q&A slide, but...
Yes, but if you got any questions, feel free to ask them. There is Philip with the mic.
Yeah,
you know
we have
the
two
drill.
mics. Two.
Specifically to you, Kamber, I wanted to ask, how did the experience writing about games help you out in the game-making world?
To writing about games. Mostly I am directing the teams, basically, and I'm initiating and I'm giving the structure of the teams and leaving to them to come up with some cool stories. I'm just giving them frame. But writing about games, it's just...
I was referring to the Games Workshop experience.
Games Workshop experience. Oh, well, here we have more experience. It's a lot of fun. Back in Gamers Workshops, there are a lot of cool dudes that we gathered together, and we're passionate about games, so we express ourselves, express our passion writing about it.
And that passion is what you brought to your experience in Ubisoft? Is that what?
Yes, this natural continuation of this passion.
I see, thanks.
But it's quite a different beast to create games than to write about them.
Any other questions?
Other questions? I think we're wrapped.
Okay, no more questions. Let's thank Rosen and Kamber. Thank you so much for the lecture.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, guys, with a speaker from Pontica Solutions. See you in a bit.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting. We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world. Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, you know.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it, it is primal. As we balance it, good and evil.
Okay, next up we have speakers, two speakers from Pontica Solutions. One of them is Dayana, and the other one is Ignacio Fuentes. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Dayana Mileva has a lot of experience in gaming. She's been a gamer all her life. Her parents used to own the biggest internet cafe or / gaming club in Varna, which is like every kid's biggest dream back then. And speaking of every kid's biggest dream back then, she also worked for Blizzard Entertainment, organized a lot of their tournaments, which is absolutely amazing. And then she joined Pontica Solutions. Now she's going to tell us about how they built and leveled up some of the support and community building company for some of the biggest companies in the world. Dayana Mileva.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Really, really nice to be here. I've always wanted to be part of a gaming event. Never been, actually. Just been on the back end of games, doing other things. But I'm so happy to be here today, and thanks to all the organizers for putting this all together. It's been a great experience. I've been to some of the talks. The barrier was very high for me. What I saw yesterday on some of the presentation was amazing. I'm not going to deliver probably the same results today, but please bear with me, and I hope you enjoy what we're going to speak about today. And it's actually how we built and leveled up the community and player support for the biggest gaming companies in the world. So for me to be able to walk you into why I'm the one presenting and how we got to this point, I need to give you a bit of backstory about myself. As mentioned, my name is Dayana, and I have been a gamer since 1997. Since my story started in the gaming, basically with my parents owning one of the first computer gaming clubs in Varna. We started with a small garage of 10 computers, and we expanded to over 200 computers in the span of 5 years. So naturally, I've spent my days and nights in the club from the very early age. Just here are 5 points for Gryffindor if anyone actually guesses which game is that. I don't think the quality is so good, but anyone? No? No, on the ice pen. Sorry? Yeah, correct. we give the 5 points to you.
No, not the Gryffindor.
Okay, I thought someone would say that actually, but yeah. So naturally, I have been enjoying games as like Serious Sam, Half-Life, CS, Red Alert, Age of Empires, Heroes 3 since their very first days. And also, in addition of that, I was able to have a PC in my home since very early age as well, so I've joined the community since its beginning. I get often asked how did I keep my skin condition so good, because I'm 30 years old, and what most of my friends don't know is that I spent a good 14 hours a day playing World of Warcraft through most of my life, which contributed to walls and exposure and so to other benefits. Speaking of other benefits, I got to actually earn quite a lot of money from gaming. I was able to compete on competitive level in both Counter-Strike and World of Warcraft. And I finished in top 5 worldwide during my peaks, which did come with some financial compensation. And in addition, once I stopped competing, I had the privilege to work alongside Blizzard Entertainment on organizing some of their tournaments. So I was consulting them on how to do it, what the community is expecting, and so on. So to further boost my financial income, I started actually organizing one of the first boosting communities in World of Warcraft. So we sold thousands and thousands of boosts to clients worldwide, and I've worked with some of the biggest names in World of Warcraft, such as Method and some other players that, if anyone has played this game, has definitely heard about. And I did all of that while I was studying and working, and it was at this point that I realized, wow, I do love gaming, and it is one of my passions. Hardly any of these things I could put on my CV. So this is when I started asking myself, well, how can I actually get into gaming with all of the things that I love doing and all of the things that I care about, and how would I be able to work for these gaming companies in Bulgaria? And one of the biggest struggles I had is that at the time, not many of the biggest gaming companies actually had headquarters in Bulgaria. And for me, relocation wasn't really an option because I deeply cared about creating opportunities in Bulgaria for young people, so I wanted to change the status quo in Bulgaria for the gaming industry. So I wasn't really that techie. Unfortunately, I was able to assemble a PC because, let's be honest, when you're a gamer, you kind of need to, because when your PC has a certain problems in the middle of the game, you don't have really the time or the patience to call someone to fix it, so I had to do it myself. So I was able to assemble a PC, do a lot of stuff hardware-wise, and later on I did learn how to code just because it was interesting, but at some point I realized it wasn't really my thing. The IT industry, although very interesting, although very useful, wasn't really my thing, and I couldn't really go into it for that reason. So I also deeply, as I mentioned, cared about creating opportunities in Bulgaria, and this seemed like a further complication at the time. As I said, not many companies had headquarters in Bulgaria, and those that had very limited options, specifically in the IT, UX, UI, design, and so on. So during my studies, I had one of my friends call me, and she said, hey, could you help my mom find a job? She was living in the UK for a very long time, so she didn't know the companies here in Bulgaria. So I was like, sure, it's going to be 50 euros an hour. I will help your mom find a job. But yeah, I did help her mom find a job, but what I also found was Pontica Solutions, and at the time they had quite a good jobs that fitted my profile, because I had 2 business economics education, so for me business was also quite interesting, it was also a passion. I found them, I found their website, and the reason why I applied was because they stated Bandai Namco was one of the clients that they have. So this for me was, wow, I do want to join you guys. I applied, and here I am 3 years later. I found a job where not only I was able to contribute to the Bulgarian gaming industry, but also I was able to put all of the things that I did in my CV. A bit about Pontica Solutions. It's a Bulgarian-owned company, an outsourcing company that provides various types of services for different clients. We're used by companies in different calibers, Fortune 500 companies, industry leaders, unicorns, startups, and pretty much all type of different companies. And why do they use us? A lot of people would say, well, cost cutting. Well, that's not the only reason. We have expertise in setting operations in various verticals. So this is another big reason why most of these companies come to us. I joined Pontica in 2020 as a team manager. They opened their first office in Varna, where I'm from. I'm living there. And I joined them with a team of 30 people. At this point, this team is 330 people across the 4 locations that Pontica has. And my capacity has changed as a senior account manager. I'm overseeing the strategic development of the operations, and about 400 people indirectly report to the teams that I'm managing. But more importantly, I am actually heading the gaming departments, the gaming projects we have. I'm overseeing them, and we are actually servicing clients such as Bandai Namco and Tencent, providing community support and customer service for games such as Elden Ring, Tekken, Dark Souls, Pac-Man, and many, many more. And just to give you a little bit more information on what exactly we do, I need to walk in one of our oldest partnerships. This is Bandai Namco. You see some photos behind us from the team. We've been working with Bandai actually for just about 5 years. In fact, in 5 days, we're celebrating 5 years with this team. The client's going to be here. We're going to have a big Pac-Man cake. And yeah, it's been a great partnership with Bandai, and I want to walk you in what we've done with them and how it transformed the way they communicate with their players, with their community across the many years that we've actually worked with them. So what we do for Bandai, well, from their customer and technical support on their games, we are also overseeing the store support, the many figurines that Bandai is selling, and all the Bandai products they have. The biggest challenge in setting up a team like Bandai, because it is a relatively small team, it's just 15 players that are supporting all these games. So you may be thinking behind Elden Ring stays a huge team that actually answer inquiries, but no, it's actually just the guys in Bulgaria that are overseeing the support of such games. It's kind of a difficult challenge to support a client like Bandai because they have over 130 games across their platforms, and as many of you know, there is different types of genres, different type of games, so they do completely different things from one thing to the next. And this for us generates a tiny volume of different requests coming from all these games, but a great spectrum of issues that we have to deal with on a daily basis with the team. So how do we achieved all of this, and how did we support all of this, and why Bandai Namco has one of the best customer services actually worldwide? Well, it happens in quite a few stages. First stage is we have actually gamers hired. Of course, this is probably no shock to anyone. But what we do is we dedicate about 20% of everyone's time into playing games. Why? Because let's be honest, you become an expert in a game once you wipe in it for at least several days, and this was something that we been doing in the 5 years, so we can continue making sure that whatever frustration a player is experiencing, we have experienced the same frustration, and we're able to support them on anything they have. With the years, we've created quite a few positions that are not quite normal in the customer service and community management. One of them is a project manager that oversees pretty much anything that can happen in a client journey. And what he sees, basically, and what he spots is making sure that if you come to us with any type of requests, we know the answer before you've asked the question. So they're setting up all the FAQ sections. Anything you face on Bandai's games and anything you face on their websites is set by us. We are supporting this. We're making sure that all the questions are answered there. In addition, yesterday I was witnessing a talk here about UX and UI design, and someone actually gave an example with Bandai Namco and with the Elden Ring, and why the tutorial was done the way it was. So this was something that we also observed in the customer service and community management support. So we did signal it that this could be something that will challenge players already on the beta. But we were explained that this was intended to be this way, and this allowed us to prepare. And so when many players came to us and asked, well, what's happening with these tutorials? I couldn't find it for like 5 years. You guys, can you make it a little bit easier? We were already ready to basically answer all the questions and all the worries gamers had. In addition to that, we have a technical support whose job is to monitor, report, and escalate any bug. So our customer support team plays the games, they notice a bug, so we escalate it immediately to the technical support team, who are in close contact with the product teams, with the dev teams in the different development studios that work on Bandai games. And this is how we prevent a lot of the issues that could be stumbled across by different players, even go out, and the community never notices some of them, because we're the first one to do it. When I said we do 20% of our time playing, what I meant really is that we come to work and the first thing we do is we play the game that we're specialized in. So each person has a game that they're specialized in, and this is how their shift starts, basically. Another thing that we do and we have is, as I said, a technical expert whose job is to monitor and report escalations, but also the customer support team. They have a team manager who is basically overseeing everything that the team is doing. And here a good example is when Elden Ring was actually being released, we actually managed to not go into backlog even though we had 21K tickets coming every single day from Elden Ring. And this is a team of 15 people that had to handle all of this volume. How did we do it? Well, we prepared very well. We knew what the questions would be coming to us, so we actually had an answer to 95% of the questions before they even reached us. So we were prepared with a lot of predefined macros and predefined text that we could send out, so we don't waste a lot of time into actually answering questions, but rather make sure that everyone get a reply on time. And for the 5 years that we've been working with Bandai Namco, a lot of things changed. But when Bandai came to us, they didn't really have community support. They didn't really have customer service. That function was taken internally from their teams, but no one was specialized. There wasn't a specialized team. So what we did is we built up all the processes from the ground up for pretty much everything they do. We created all the FAQ sections. Anything that you see is created by the team. Through collaboration with Bandai, we actually changed their loyalty programs. We changed the penalties that go to players. So if anyone here got banned in any of their games and got unbanned, I know the guys that you can thank. And the next thing that we did is we changed all the consumer processes. Pretty much anything from day-to-day activities that we face, we changed it. We also reduced the time to answer any question that comes from a consumer from 3 tickets sent to 1.5. Why? Because, well, we have the preparation, and also because we make sure that you don't waste time waiting for us to reply. We just do it, and we do it as fast as possible. And one of the key things here is the customer satisfaction for Bandai in specific is 90%. With an industry standard of 80, we're way above it, and we've been maintaining it for over 5 years. And all of these things happened because most of the team has been with us for 5 years. Actually, everyone that started with the team, about 80% of them are still with the team to this day, 5 years later, which in 2020 kind of won us a prestigious award for the best customer service department worldwide. And that was an effort from these amazing teams that are working on the Bandai titles that you can see many of them in the photos behind me. These are some of the many achievements we had with Bandai, and what is important here to note is that clients like Bandai are actually really trusting our expertise. They come to us because they know we are experts in doing that. So when it comes to these things, what we like to think is that we're an extension of the business of our partner. Bandai doesn't view their team in Bulgaria as a BPO that they've outsourced for something to be done. They see us as someone that is part of their company that is contributing to them having a better service across their multiple platforms. And yeah, I think that I want to make just a small note here that all of these things that I'm presenting today are actually the work of this amazing team on the photos. I am overseeing this team, but I can tell you that many of the achievements that I've listed now are the work of these amazing people. So I don't want to take the credit. I want to give them the credit. I know many of them are watching us right now. And I do hope that if any of you guys are thinking to go into the gaming industry and they're wondering, okay, well, I don't want to do programming, I don't want to do UX, UI, and so on, but I do really want to work in the gaming industry, well, there is in Bulgaria other means and ways for you to enter this industry. This is just one case study, and I'm going to invite on the stage our operations manager for the next gaming studio that we have. It's a Tencent-owned gaming studio that works with us. Ignacio, I'm giving you the word.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, hello there. I would like to share with you my experience in the SharkMob project. So for those of you who don't know it, SharkMob is a relatively new game studio. They were founded by former developers from Hitman, from The Division. They also have with them people who worked in Battlefield, Escape from Tarkov. So, of course, very interesting project. They were acquired by Tencent, and so, of course, this brings context to the situation and to the project itself. And as you probably know, once you're a new studio, once you have a new game, right, first impressions matter a lot. Their debut game was Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. So Battle Royale based on the iconic IP, but Vampire the Masquerade. I see nods of approval. That's good. But so yeah, the objective that we had, so our team had, was to, again, as a new studio, we had to what we called unlock the advocacy amongst the community. We had to fit in a community that sometimes can be scary, and we needed to gain the respect, right? And we had to do so in two verticals. First one was player support. So of course, any issue you have with the game, any problems with accounts, with the game, or anything, even any feedback, you would come to our team. And also any interaction that you would have in social media, in Discord, in Steam, for example, Steam reviews, Steam discussions, anywhere. We were also that team, right? So we were doing the community management for SharkMob. So before we dive into it, two beliefs that I want to share here, two learnings. As I said, I just want to share with you the insights that I have from this experience. And so I have two beliefs. One is that there is a massive, so in life, and most likely in the creative process, in the artistic environment, there's a massive divergence between your idea, what you want to do, what you actually end up doing, and most importantly, what people understand from it, right? So, of course, knowing this is something that you have to work towards and you have to try to compensate. Second belief is that it's about being realistic, right? We do what always the best and we aim for perfection, but we need to do the best we can with what we have, right? So we need to be smart and we need to be realistic about our resources, that is time, budget, you know, even the legal frame that you have for a project. So with that context on, I will honestly skip the introduction or how important or how crucial it is to have a solid support team and have respectable presence in the community. I believe to a certain extent all of you've played games, you know what the developer means, as in that figure that is out there that is ignoring their communities and doing whatever, right? So I'll skip how important that is, right? But I want to focus on something that in my experience I saw. And I've been working with companies like Riot Games, Epic Games, and of course I've also been learning from colleagues who work in other companies, like I said, Battlefield, Tarkov, and so on, so Battlestate Games. And there's something that I see that to me was a massive opportunity that was there, and people were not really appreciating, or at least I thought we could benefit more from it. And that is that the ideas, the thoughts, the advice, and the experience from those in the front line, those that Dayana was mentioning here, that you can probably see here. This is my team, I love them. Their ideas are often disregarded, not because, of course, they're not seen as valuable, but just because, well, it's just not in the process. And so I would just want to give you some context here. These people that you see here, they've been 24/7, literally. So we have morning, evening, and night shift, Monday to Sunday. They've been interacting with the community, with the people that play the game, across the entire globe on 12 different languages. They're from different nationalities, different languages, different regions, of course, different cultures, right? So for example, we had some impact in Russia, and well, it's good to know that you have someone that can really understand a culture that is probably not mine. I'm Spanish, so seems a bit distant to me. And so having this is massive value, right? We of course see the opinion of players because we're there 24/7 with them. So what we see, of course, it's just to give an example, if there's an opinion that time to kill is too fast or too slow, depending on the update, or a certain class is too OP, of course we can see that, right? And we have the impact here, of course, is that all these people that you see here, as Dayana mentioned, we've spent our entire life playing video games, right? So we have all the types of people here. We have, RTT, strategy masterminds. We have me, a Counter-Strike rat. We have Dayana with her bagage, and, well, Wolf, competitive player. We have even VTM, Dungeon Masters, D&D Dungeon Masters. So we have a lot of opinions and a lot of insights here. And so, of course, it's just natural and it's valuable that, we can channel their expertise. So, as you can imagine, in this room, in this office, we had opinions, as I said, on, well, how things should be done, right? And so what I'm super happy and super proud that we did with Sharpmop is that we enabled this partnership in a way that we channeled in a professional and efficient manner the opinion and the insights from there, up so to a point that it became our responsibility. It was part of our job to analyze how people were feeling about the game and send this feedback directly to the people that were responsible for these things. So that is a bit, the value of this. And of course, the results show we have 34,000 reviews in Steam, with mostly positive. Recent reviews is very, very positive. So you can, of course, infer it's not only this, but it's part of the contribution to how people perceive your team and your community and the studio. So as for how we did it, a bit more in the technical side. So of course, as anything, you need to try to do your best, of course. And well, building a player support team, building a community management team, is complex on its own and it has challenges. But to a certain extent, I would assume that many, many companies would try their best. But something that is this idea that I mentioned before, this thing of channeling the knowledge of your people, is we did it in 3 different ways. I will not extend too much because I'm cautious of time, but first, we had sentiment reports. So at the end of every week, right, we spent an entire week speaking with our people, with our players. We've been, knowing what the issues are, what the good things are, what the improvements that we can make are. And so we also have an insight of what is more realistic than not. So at the end of every week, we would gather all these insights from the social media. We would, of course, have the tools to analyze, growth, comparison week over week, and so on and so on. Interactions, impressions, etc. But of course, we can read this data, we can read what this means, and we can give this suggestion. So we would build the sentiment reports, we would send them to Sharpmop, and we would explain, hey, this is what we think a proposal, a suggestion of a next step is. Second is very similar to this, is a survey analysis. And this is a very clever idea or thing to do is, once you release an update, you have a patch. You can directly ask the community, hey, do you like it, do you not? Do you want to recommend this game to other people? Do you plan on playing the game? And so with that feedback, of course, we received like thousands of replies, and someone has to read them, so we did it. And with that feedback, we built this, again, analysis and these surveys. And of course, here it's important to mention talent. We have Ivan Alexiev with us. We have honestly, a mastermind, a very good brain that can read data. He can read, of course, like numbers, and he can explain a very good story through that. So, of course, he was also like immense contribution to the whole thing of getting accurate ideas out of this. And so, third, and it's also very one that I'm very proud as well, is we were part of the articles that we were writing to the community. So we were directly involved in the creative and the decision-making process of how do we want to communicate these updates to the team. To the players, to the community. And so it's through these things, right, and the value that is not usually expected from, let's say, a community team or a support team, that we were able to channel it, to make it a reality, and, well, that's the beauty of it. So my conclusions, or just my final thoughts on this, is that, well, there's so many opportunities for developers and for companies to collaborate together and to, as Dayana mentioned before, rely on others' expertise and experience in doing such type of things. And of course, if you want to work, because just like me, you don't see life without games, let's say, it's all the knowledge that you have, you spend your entire life playing games. You have a specific knowledge. So, of course, this world is Sfera is a very good place to put that into. So that's on me. I will give it back to Dayana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Can I have my microphone back? Sorry. Just to wrap up. Yeah? Is it? Okay, perfect. So these are 2 case studies we have. On the back, you can see the video for the Best Customer Service Department of the Year for Bandai Namco, where you're going to see Bandai across different locations, as well as our team here in Bulgaria. And what I wanted to do at the end is just wrap up something that is quite important, is that these two case studies don't only illustrate the hard work that teams are putting. They illustrate that what we do actually have an impact, and they illustrate that the people we hire actually know that they have an impact. So they come to us, they join our teams, and they truly contribute to the industry. In fact, with the work we do here in Bulgaria, we are actually able to pave the industry, pave the gaming industry, pave the customer service expectations across other development studios. And I'm really, really happy to share that not only I could add all of this on my CV, but I was also able to create opportunities for people in Bulgaria to join this industry, which was a lifelong dream for me. I really wanted to have this type of contribution. And I'm really, really happy to say that this year we actually became an official partner for Tencent. So we are actually able to get more games to be supported from Bulgaria. And this is not where we stop. We're going to aim to get as many gaming studios come to us so we can really paint the picture that Bulgaria is a destination where these things are done and are done really well. They are done above the industry standards. Because for our clients, we're really the experts, and for our clients, we did level up their support. So thank you so much for today. And yeah, off to any questions.
Do we have questions? Audience, please. At least one.
Hi. So from my perspective, one of the toughest aspects of community management is translating player feedback into actionable directions for a development team. Is it part of your responsibility to weigh the sources of player feedback, and how much does a player's proficiency factor into the feedback? Like, let's say, pro player's experience versus a casual player's experience?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is something that we do. So we do it on both levels. So we go through pretty much all of the experience that comes from different channels. We have forums, we have Discord channels. We also go with streamers and what is given in different streamers. This is something we actually forgot to mention, but I know Sharkmob used to ban streamers that were cheating, and they were going around looking at streamers and actually banning them. It's another topic. But yes, it's taken into account. We can see, so we have full access to the back data, so we can see when someone, for example, comments, if they are associated with their account in the game, we can see how much time they've spent playing, how much of this time they've spent, for example, just sitting in the game idle or actually doing something else. So we can see what their proficiency is in the game. In addition to that, when we give feedback, we always try to make sure that we have very good analyzed data, and there is a lot of data points that prove the point. Because we communicate this back to product teams, we communicate this back to dev teams. We know these teams are quite busy, they have a lot to do, so we can't really afford to give them any information that is not 100% confirmed through some analytical data that we have that we can show. So yes, all of this is taken into account. This is part of the responsibilities. Of course, when we are selling this type of service to clients, it's not one of the things that we can paint a picture with, but it's something that our clients kind of get the benefit of once they start working with us, and once we start providing this data, they can see how useful it is, they can see which channels they want to take it from. But it goes even beyond the normal community channels like Discord for gaming. It goes into local channels like Viki in Russia, Kontakte, or some Korean social media channels, or even Facebook and other places where we can see that the gamers are voicing their opinion. So what we do is we take snapshots of everything, everywhere, combine it into one big picture, and that's what we feed back to the dev studios and to the product teams.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I may expand a little bit on that, just to, so in this specific case of my team, what we would do also, so all of what she said, but also we would just label things so that we would not make the decision how much it weights, right? So for example, pro player or casual player, etc. What we would do is we label, right? We know, like, if we have that information, we would label where this comes from, what channel, etc. And then we would, of course, have a suggestion, but what I always try to do is, well, this is what we have the data, this is my suggestion, let's give you everything, you make your own, right? But in a way, of course, into the higher decision making, I mean. But yeah, that's great.
Okay, I have a question. How and when was the connection with Bandai Namco created? Did they contact you or vice versa?
So we started working with them back in 2017, just the beginning of the year, and we basically had an old contact that knew the owners of our company, that has been working with one of the owners of the company. So they get in touch with us. We basically started working with them just a couple of months after that. What's important here to note is that Bandai, obviously owned in Japan, has an European entity that oversees the Europe, but also some Japanese parts. These are the guys that we work with on a day-to-day basis.
Another question. Do you have any any representatives from Japan? Have they came here in Bulgaria, or did they visit the office?
We, in fact, have just in literally 1 day from now, on Monday, Bandai is arriving to Bulgaria with their team to celebrate the 5 years of the creation of this partnership. So yes, we do have them in the offices. They do come quite often. In fact, now they are buying some studios, maybe some of you know, and the studios are also coming to our offices. So yeah, we with their partners as well, not only with Bandai themselves, but also with different dev studios that are acquired by Bandai.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool to meet these people.
Yeah, I really like their games.
No, me too.
Okay, questions? Last question. Oh, we have one.
Hello.
Hey.
Do you monitor only like official channels of communication that you have established, or do you monitor and like other mentions?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would just speak for, again, my experience. Yes, we do. We, for sure, well, we have the access, right? We operate in all the official channels, every social, everything that you can imagine. We are there and we officially interact there. But we also, of course, monitor things that, for example, what is called listening, right? Listening is, I don't know, you type Blood Hunt on Twitter, let's see what you find, right? So, of course, there's ways to optimize it in a way, like to do it more, with social community management tools. But yeah, it's part of the things we do. Of course, we focus mostly on official, because that's also where we need to output something, we need to be there. But of course, part of sentiment report, part of understanding sentiment is going everywhere. We would even go into YouTube and see YouTubers what they're saying about the game, because that's, probably main opinion driver. So those are things we monitor, yeah.
Yeah, streams, comments in
everywhere.
YouTube,
yeah.
everything. Yeah. Like we would sometimes even just Google something specific and look at all the results and find some really old websites that we didn't even know existed.
Yeah, I actually forgot, we do have a monitoring team that, I should have included this. So basically we have people that are 24/7 is what you mentioned about banning people. They are 24/7 on social media outside our socials, and they're just looking for, well, it depends, but when you have a cheating case, you would be looking mostly for cheating. So you would find cheaters everywhere, right? So if you find evidence, and so of course, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, those channels are mainly observed outside our main socials.
Yeah, sometimes a studio would want to have a sentiment sent out. For example, the way it was with Sharkmob and cheating. So we would wait for someone to stream live that they're cheating and just go immediately and ban them, and people were like, ah. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. And one more follow-up questions maybe. So what type of, do you receive any request from your clients for specific feedback? Or?
Do we receive any request too?
For specific feedback for, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. We do. For example, for Elden Ring, we had prepared like a huge report that basically highlighted all the stages of the game when it came out. So we kind of translated what the players felt in the different stages. And this was by request from Bandai, who said, okay, let's see how the gaming community felt about the game, what is liked, what is not liked, just to see an overview of how the game was basically implemented. And if there was anything that they could do, for example, better next time around, so they can feed it back to the dev studios, to the product teams, and so on. So yeah, I don't know if Sharkmob has ever asked something specific.
Of course, every day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
no break.
The thing is, I mean, I would say Sharkmob was special, as in we built a very strong partnership where we were just doing things together. So we would just ask each other, and they would ask us feedback on what do you think about this decision we're making, right? So for me, that's an achievement. Of course, you're part of. Well, you can influence that, and of course, it's something good. So, yeah, in short, we do receive a lot of requests for feedback, specific, non-specific. We want to know this specific thing in Russia, how it's going. We want to know this specific thing, whatever. So those as well, but also what's your take on this? So both.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm so happy.
Hi. How do you work with developers regarding community management, and do you have some best practices for preventing them for doing wrong stuff, or, for example, demanding from them to participate more? Can you recommend some best practices?
I'm very sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question. Could you repeat or formulate different?
The involvement of developers in community management, because they always intervene more or less. Do you have some best practices probably preventing them from participating, or or vice versa?
Oof, it's dangerous grounds.
Yeah, it is.
It is a thing, of course, and I mean, of course, I would say here, honestly, it really is going to depend on the company culture and how well things are delimited, how well, you know, that definition, that responsibility, that trust, right? If you have a global community manager, is he who is, you know, leading the entire communication, or does he have to, let's say, pledge or, well, I don't know, listen to, you know, other things? But of course, one of the things here, and again, this is something I wanted to expand a little bit more, is when we did the articles, right? For example, we had a massive change to UI. In my opinion, who's going to explain that better than the people that actually did that change? So we went on, and me personally interviewed a lot of people in the different departments that were doing these changes. And well, I just, you know, what I thought is, of course, I'm in the side of community. I know what we should say and not, and you know how to not mess up with things. But of course, I need their opinion. Of course, they know better than me, right? Other thing is, well, I don't know if you would, I don't know. Yes, put in other examples. For example, I don't know, Tarkov, and you know, this usual type of thing where you see the official side of the company being one, and then let's say lead director or something is just, you know, going on their own. Well, I think it's also part of how things are, and also enriches, right? Because they can do it personally, and they cannot impact, because they're saying, oh, it's my personal opinion, so that's good. And so you can keep on the official side things very neat and very structured. So. But yeah, it's a balance, I would say, and of course depends on the company itself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Heavily depends on the company, I think.
Yeah, mostly.
Hi. I have two questions, actually. First one is, what does a day in the life of a member of your team look like, a typical day? And the second one is, how much, like, is it part of your job to actually communicate stuff like public announcements to players on behalf of the studio, in addition to, of course, collecting player feedback and working through that?
Absolutely. What was the first part? Sorry, I got to focus.
What's a typical day look like for a member of your team?
Well, it's I mean, it depends, right? Of course, you know, you have a lot of verticals, you have a lot of things to do. So we divide the work in a way that we feel is sufficient. So that's first thing. You never do the same things. Like you would rotate on different sections. But yeah, well, it's very interesting. Of course, you would have the, let's say, a more for me, it's very interesting the challenge of I have an issue, I have someone crashing the game. And of course, nobody in this world knows how to fix that, like in that specific one. So you better, I don't know, read your logs and start trying to figure out how to fix that. So technical side of things is very interesting. So that's part of it. Or, you know, the whole communication and how you make someone who is very angry at your company because something happened, how you make them understand a different point of view and, let's say, de-escalate the situation. Those things are very interesting. So it's a huge part of the job, of course. The other side is, I would say, the more friendly one, the more where we go into Discord and we're just speaking with people on Discord, or we would moderate, or we would, you know, watch streamings. But yeah, so it goes a little bit about these two things, but mostly it's very fun because, you know, you get very engaged and very invested in these things. And so the second part of the question I just forgot.
Can I add something to this,
sorry.
Ignacio? So, because I know your team does it as well, but because we mentioned it earlier, probably you didn't mention it now, but We do spend a lot of time gaming as well. In fact, this is just the way to go. We are, from some of our customers, we are required to do it, and we're very happy about that as well. Because it is very valuable to see it from the perspective of the player and kind of predict what the sentiment would be on different issues, so we can address them well. So in Bandai in specific, for example, because there's 130 titles, no way that we can be proficient in everything. Each person in the team has to spend a certain amount of time to be an expert in each game that is basically put for them to become an expert at. So that would be, I think, also 20-30% of the work that goes into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I would just say opinion here. Of course, it's a bit. I would say not arrogance, but well, you need to know the game in order to support it. You need to, so it's just essential, right? We do have the computers. We do play a lot, and so.
Yeah. I saw your team the other day in the office. They were staying till 3 a.m. and they were just playing the game.
It happens.
Like,
it happens. Yeah.
Boosting the numbers.
And sometimes it gets personal, right? We go and like challenge each other. So yeah, it's personal.
As gamers do, of course.
Yeah.
And the second question was how much of your guys' job is actually publicly communicating with the players on behalf of the studio?
Yeah. So again, you would have here two instances. One is you as a representative with your name, right? So me as Ignacio, I'm part of community team. So I can, I have a lot of interactions. As I said, fixing issues, replying to your question, hey, when is this going to come up? I can say, hey, check out here, we have the info here. And so when you go in the side of we are the company doing a public announcement, I would say that's lesser time, but that's the thing, we had a lot of involvement in this. And so everyone in my team had the chance to be part of these articles that we wrote, right? And so, of course, it's a different thing to say, hey, I'm from SharkMob, this is your, well, I don't know, this is the info that you need. And the other thing is, hey, we are SharkMob, we've taken this decision, this is why, right? So we were involved in that, and of course, it's not as big as the other part, but that's the thing, is something you develop. And so I'm very proud we were able to do that, actually.
I guess it also depends on how much agency the studio actually decides to give you guys.
Yeah, it usually actually happens that not only in gaming, but all of our clients, that they allow us to basically be representatives of their teams. So we don't go really say we are on behalf of SharkMob, for example. We speak in the name of the studio. But all of these are, of course, communicated with the studio. So it's never, us on our own being like, hey, guys, we're just going to announce something, not tell anyone. Hey, the game is free tomorrow. We're giving out skins for free, and so on. But we are able to do these things, though. We are.
If we wanted, we could, but it's
if we wanted to lose the business, we could do it. We're just not sure if we want to lose our jobs,
Yeah, new patch drops tomorrow, by the way.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Any last questions? Okay. Oh, you have more.
Hi, guys.
Hey, yeah.
So, for games like Elden Ring or any type of game that kind of is, sometimes for these games you have a community and some streamers can steer the community in some direction in a very quick way. So today you can interview some people and they can say the game is awesome. Tomorrow PewDiePie says something like this game is trash, and then you can receive different reviews the next day.
Absolutely.
Do you plan ahead for such circumstances, or do you have any machine learning algorithms that can plan ahead for you, so you know that this could happen and kind of?
We have machine learning algorithms through our people, I think. No, we don't use this type of technology, at least not in the customer service and community support. Specifically, if we are speaking about Elden Ring, generally the gaming community, I as a female can talk a lot about that, of course. Yeah, so generally a lot of opinions go around, a lot of things change based on some of the bigger streamers, as you said, and what we do is basically we can see that happening as it happens and decide whether we want to address it. Because on a lot of the occasions, a studio would steer away from having, let's say, an argument with a streamer about their opinion. They can have an opinion, but then if the vast majority of players are rating your game great on stream, and you have millions of players playing it every day, then it's maybe better not to go into the political side of it where you argue. But to answer your question, we don't really have any kind of algorithm to monitor that, but what we do and what our teams do is they just monitor the global sentiment of the game across the various channels. So we would go on Twitch, for example, click on Elden Ring, watch everyone that are playing it and see what the sentiment is with the streamer, because you can very quickly guess it, especially the big ones. But we don't really have the power inside our operations to address it when it happens, because this is a more of a PR and marketing thing that needs to be reviewed on a higher level in the studios. So we wouldn't really go into it and politically be politically incorrect, as one would say. And we would respect people for their opinions. I mean, you can't have everyone like their game. I come from, for example, World of Warcraft, where a community was begging for changes for years, and these changes sometimes never came, but as you saw, the game continued going, not with the same temp, but people still played it, so we know that these things come and go sometimes, and sometimes it's just not a good PR to go ahead and address everything that goes out in the internet, unless there is some technical issue or something that can really is on the techie side of things that has to be fixed, like bugs and cheating and whatnot.
It happens. Going into the influence people can have on the game and the opinion of the game, it happens, right, that you would have very big names playing the game, trying out, and well, they're going to massively impact the opinion, right? And they, of course, have even more reach than you have as a developer sometimes. So, yeah, it's a whole thing to observe and to consider, but I would just say it's smart for companies when you see someone is big, organically having interest in your game, so they decide not on a contract or on a paid promotion to try it out, and you see they're sticking to it and they're starting to have a positive opinion. I would say it's good to reach out to them, and so try to not make them steer in the opposite direction, which could negatively impact. But yeah, that's my take.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
We need to go into break.
Thank you so much.
Dayana and Ignacio from Pontica Solutions. Seems like a really fun job. Now we're going to actually go into a break. Did I just cut in? Yeah, we're going to go to a break. We're going to be back at 2 p.m. So go grab burgers and coffee and see you in a bit. Thank you.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that. Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, no?
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it, takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it, it is primal. As we balance it, good and evil.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it. It is primal as we balance it, good and evil.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it, takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it, it is primal. As we balance it, good and evil.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. It's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it takes me over. Feel the pulse of it pulls me under.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, no?
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying like, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it. It is primal as we balance it, good and evil.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just...
Okay, we're ready to start again after the break. With a very exciting speaker. He started his career in 2011 as a junior level designer at Ubisoft Sofia. Then he moved on, well, at Ubisoft he worked on a lot of Assassin's Creed titles, he worked on The Division as well, and then he moved on to CD Projekt Red, where he worked as a quest designer on The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine. Afterwards, he went on to work on Cyberpunk 2077 as a level design coordinator, and he's currently the lead level designer of the Polish studio Flying Wild Hog. Here to answer the question, how to land a level design job in the industry, is Yasen Stoynev.
Hello, everyone.
So yeah, I was already introduced, so I won't go through that stuff in detail. We have a limited time, and I have the bad habit of speaking a lot and taking a lot of time, so I will rush through some of the first slides. So yeah, landing a level design job in the industry has never been easy, but to be completely honest, when I was landing my first job, it was way easier, at least in Bulgaria, than it is right now. It's due to various reasons, but currently I think the most obvious one is the remote work, which made things for designers with experience that already have a portfolio of titles they've worked on easier, and they have like lots of options out there. They can basically work for any studio, no matter the location in the world. But for juniors, it's more difficult right now, or starting an internship somewhere. And that's largely due to people not being in the offices. And it's always easier when you're starting something new, like in this case, a level design job, to have people around you that would help you with advice and so on. And so this, unfortunately, made the start of a level designer right now a bit more difficult, but that's why we're here. So this is how we'll talk, and I have a bunch of advice which would hopefully prepare you well if you're really serious about getting a job as a level designer. So this is not a checklist you have to go through. This is a list of like 15 advice, as you see, that I'm pretty sure that if you put the hard work and follow most of them, not all of them, you would really seriously increase your chances of having the option to join a studio. So use it as a guideline. There's things that I have missed here, some on purpose, some mostly because of the lack of time, some because they're outside of my knowledge. So I'm pretty sure each one of you would know of other tricks, maybe we'll speak during the Q&A, that could help you, and we can add to this list so that you have an even bigger chance of being prepared for interviews and tests. So about me, I won't go through this in detail. I was already introduced. So yeah, I have more than 11 years of industry experience right now. Currently working at Flying Wild Hog. We just shipped Shadow Warrior 3, on which I worked, and now EVO West is just about to release on the 22nd of November. I wasn't part of this project, but I'm really looking forward to it. I went through a couple of studios in my career. The most notable ones for like larger periods of time were Ubisoft Sofia, and later CD Projekt Red, and now Flying Wild Hog, as mentioned. Before starting in industry, because I guess this is something that maybe is interesting to you, to be honest, I almost never touched an engine. As I said, it was easier back in the day. I mean, I've modded some games, like the easier stuff, like, you know, 2D, StarCraft, Heroes of Might and Magic maps and stuff like that, which is almost nothing to do with working in 3D and creating layouts and so on. Actually, a lot of level designers, which we'll briefly mention later, start by modding games. So actually, I don't talk about this here a lot, but that's actually one of the sweetest, and I wouldn't call it easy, but one of the best ways to start, even before you start with an engine. It's just important to select a game that you're somewhat familiar with, and most importantly, that has a good tool set. So I'm just going to say Source Engine and Half-Life. This is a very good starting step for many people, but there's many others out there. Like actually, fun trivia about CD Projekt Red. I don't know how much of it is, I don't know the details. I wasn't part of the studio back then. But some people there started by modding stuff in, I think it was called Aurora Engine, which is Neverwinter Nights. And actually a lot of the quest designers there and other people started by doing that before like creating The Witcher. So this must give you a hint of, is it a good idea to start by modding games? And yeah, before that I was working in game journalism, like a lot of projects. The most known were like Gamers Workshop and Games BG. So long story short, my whole life I've been not only playing video games, but trying to actively participate in the industry on one way or another. So yeah, and in game dev, people don't really like journalists, so I don't like to say that out loud too often. But yeah, that's besides the point right now. So yeah, a lot of titles that I was part of, like for shorter or long periods. But let's cut to the chase. So I've created a list, again, use it as a guideline, and note down questions you might have. We'll have Q&A time at the end. So it's super obvious. Like, first thing you need to do is install Unreal Engine. Like, as I said, back in the day, you could have gotten away with in Bulgaria to apply for an interview job and not having experience with Unity or Unreal or CryEngine or one of the more popular ones. Right now, I would say this is the best way to start with. And of course, you can do it with Unity. In many cases, it's actually better. I don't have a lot of experience with Unity, but I would say for the more triple or double A or whatever we call them these days, like the big premium titles, Unreal Engine is more common. So yeah, that's why one of the reasons I would advise people to start with that. There's tons of tutorials. You can start with the basic stuff that's even on Epic's webpage. You can find tons of more stuff. But actually, the first disclaimer I have to make, you have to be very careful when choosing what kind of tutorials to work. When it's about the basic tools and just getting to know the software, you cannot go terribly wrong there. If you search YouTube, if you search the Epic pages, the stuff that's going to pop up right on top is the good stuff in most cases. So just get familiar with the tools. We'll talk more about choosing the type of content you watch later, because unfortunately level design is still kind of a misunderstood topic for some people. So on YouTube there's a lot of videos, not specifically about Unreal, but about level design, that can show you like speed level design or creating a level that are called level design, but they're actually level art. And these two subjects have a lot in common, but they're pretty different things. So just be careful with that. Whenever you see people starting to model things, starting to dress locations with art assets and so on, or you have the feeling that, is this actually about the gameplay or is it more about the visuals and aesthetics? Know that this is one of those videos that someone believes he's explaining level design, but that's not really the case. So YouTube is both a curse and a blessing in that regard. Like back in the day, again, the bar was lower, but there wasn't that much materials online. Now there's tons of stuff, but again, you have to be able to filter the good stuff from the bad, because a lot of the content out there might mislead you about what you need to learn and focus on. And what you need to focus on is the smart thing, because even if you sit down right now and spend the next 5 years trying to develop some skills to become a level designer, you might waste a lot of that time doing stuff that's not really the bread and butter of what you need to learn. So, starting with Unreal, focus on the basic tools, as said, through the tutorials. Focus on a few specific things in Unreal, because Unreal, this is a giant tool. A lot of, like the indie approach, which many people try to adopt and get scared by the learning curve of Unreal, makes you think about textures, animation, rigging, tons of stuff, which are super hardcore. I cannot do any of that. Like, most level designers cannot do any of that. And like, becoming a jack of all trades is definitely a big help if you want to be an indie developer. But if you are talking about landing a job at a somewhat normal-sized studio, you don't need to do that stuff. You need to work with your gray boxes, with your Lego. You need to know a bit of scripting, like visual scripting, so you don't need to be programmers. We'll talk about this. And that's about it. Unfortunately, the way you get Unreal in the beginning is raw. It's like empty. I mean, Unreal 5 does a bit better job with this. It has Lyra already, which is like similar to the so-called advanced locomotion system, which was one of the most popular frameworks free frameworks, which most people used in the previous Unreal. But the idea is, don't get scared and bogged down by the tons of tools you will see Unreal. You don't need most of that. You might need to do a bit of, not a bit, but a lot of extra stuff on top of level design as you're learning in the beginning. You would very soon drop that as soon as you've established what tools you really need. And these are scaling primitives, editing some basic meshes, like literally super low poly stuff. You don't need to become a 3D artist and sculpt stuff. You just need to be able, out of a bunch of boxes, create something that resembles a car with the proper size, scale, and shape, or something that maybe resembles a house. You don't need to model like a 3D artist. You need to learn to work with the landscape editor. Like, not all studios will require you to work with different terrain editors, but it's always a nice tool. And again, as you're starting to build your portfolio, you would need to learn that. But it's easy. Like, it's not a super advanced tool. I mean, you don't need to use the advanced options. It is an advanced tool. Obviously, like content browser and the basic stuff that you need in order just to manage a project on your own, a project for your portfolio, I mean. And blueprints. So this is where the learning curve like really escalates like super fast. This is the first spike in difficulty many people, like many level designers, will encounter. So blueprints is basically the way to implement gameplay in your game. I won't go in details, there's tons of stuff out there. There's tutorials about that, so you just have to figure it out on your own. Like, there's enough tutorials and info. This is where you need to spend a bit more time to be able to implement basic gameplay. You don't need to create hardcore stuff. A lot of the stuff will, if you play your cards right, you would get a good framework. You won't work on inventory systems. You won't be creating and managing like difficult items or like hardcore animations or attaching a gun to an NPC and working and creating like an aiming system. A lot of that's a pitfall. Many level designers start by trying to figure that stuff out. Don't. This is where you waste a lot of time that you don't need to waste. I'll talk about it, just get a good framework. Don't waste your time with that stuff. So yeah, you don't need to know programming, but if you know something about object-based programming, I don't, and I survived somehow, but then again, I've seen in many cases how this kind of holds me back. So I'm by no means like the best level designer out there. Everything I do, I've seen many people that are way better than me in this. So it's not about you getting the best at everything you have here in the list. It's about knowing a bit of everything, because that's what level design is. You're kind of getting everyone else's like work, like art, VFX, programming, and kind of putting it in one place, which is a level and the player experience. So practice the basic tools, learn how to work with them, just freestyle following tutorials. That's enough as a first step, and that's kind of it. Modding tools we've already mentioned. So proceeding with the second advice, and yeah, this is not paid advertising, even though I would advise a couple of specific web pages here, but yeah, you need to find good level design sources. As mentioned, there's tons of stuff out there. You just need to filter the good stuff. So there's YouTube channels like the one mentioned here, Level Design Lobby. It's an ex-colleague of mine, Max Pears. He's right now leading CGMA level design course. So in terms of translating his pretty vast knowledge by now, but in terms of being able to teach people, spread the word, the info about level design, he's one of the best that there is. So that's a channel I advise you to follow. And throughout this channel and around it and the community that Max has built, you can find a lot of other very useful YouTube channels, Discord channels, LinkedIn and Facebook communities, and so on. So you can find lots of websites like Gamma Sutra, for example. It's an old school one, but it's got good info. There's leveldesign.org. There's World of Level Design. There's a lot of stuff you can find right now about game design and level design. And this is vital because, as mentioned, the first step is get the basics of the tools. This is a bit more about a bit about theory and a bit of like professional level designers spreading their workflow and knowledge so that you can actually know what to focus on. There's, again, internet boards, like I think it still exists. There was a board called MapCore, where it was mostly a modding community back in the day, and it's people creating like maps for 3D shooters. But it's a very good place to seek advice at. And advice is one of the key things you would need as you're starting this journey. And you need to become part of this community. Like, the idea is you need to be active. You need to get there, not work in a vacuum, not like hold. This is a common mistake that even experienced designers and developers do, like holding your work until it's good enough, until you're ready to show it. No, like show it, update people regularly, post it on a forum. They would bash you. They will tell you what to fix. We'll talk about getting feedback later, but you need to seek guidance and be part of this community to elevate your chances of actually knowing something about level design. Of course, you need to share your experience as well when you have it. So yeah, the next advice is like, look how professional level designers do it. Again, there's a lot of exposure. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of websites and portfolios, professional level designers you can find. I mean, it's not as with, let's say, level art or concept art. Like ArtStation has become the common platform for artists. Unfortunately, there is no such thing for level designers. A lot of level designers, myself included, we don't invest in like creating our like personal web space to showcase our work. Usually to start a level designer, as a level designer, to land a job somewhere, you do a test, and that's how you show how good you are. The rest you leave to your CV, which is not the best, but still there are people out there that have their web pages. They've got tons of info on them. Some of them just show some gray box blockouts, which as you get familiar with the tools and you try to create your own blockouts, if you just look at these for comparison, they can give you a hint if you're on the right track or not. But there are other people out there, like the stuff you see at the bottom. It's very pixelated, but it's Matt does level design. It's again a Cyberpunk level designer. He was a lead after I left the studio. So he actually hasn't posted a lot of stuff, but when Cyberpunk released, he opened this web page, shared how he created a couple of levels, like what was the process. It's sort of a post-mortem, so what he failed at, how he built the level, and that's very good information you can get out there. On YouTube, there's also, I'll show it later, making of videos for The Last of Us levels and other stuff, which is pure gold for you to understand how designers think and what you need to focus on when you're building a level. It's very difficult to actually find these websites. That's the tricky part. To be honest, I don't know many. Like Moby Games is maybe one way you can search for stuff, but that's like a lot of manual work. So just open some of the more popular games credits, check out the level design credits there. You'll see 5-10 people, and just Google if they have portfolios. That's one way, but it won't give you a good percentage of results. So yeah, that's tricky to find. Check articles, like actually Gamma Sutra, which I mentioned earlier, has a lot of, again, materials created by game designers or level designers. So going back to Unreal Engine, and again, this whole list, this whole guideline, you don't need to follow it in this particular order of steps from 1 to 15. But then again, I've started with the stuff that for me is most important that you start with, and towards the end, I'm going more towards, yeah, you now need to kind of start contacting people and build a network. So you can use it as a guideline for the order you should start with, but a lot of these steps you need to do simultaneously. So yeah, going to Unreal, I mentioned already this, like you need help in terms of tools, assets, and everything. You don't need to do everything out of gray boxes. And as mentioned, you should not ever like try to invest too much time in creating mechanics on your own. I mean, not like simple prototypes, like a player gets a key, brings it to the door, unlocks the door and goes. Like that stuff you need to do as a level designer, but you don't need to do the core mechanics of a game, like camera controls and stuff like that. Just get a good framework. That's if I have to synthesize everything on this page, is like you need to get a good framework. Advanced locomotion system in Unreal is one of the free ones, which is most commonly used. It's somewhat compatible with other functionality you might want to add to it. So such a framework would give you already like a decent camera, some mechanics like advanced locomotion doesn't have cover mechanics, but it has crouch, it has over-the-shoulder aiming, if I remember correctly. It has simple climbing, not like Assassin's Creed or Uncharted climbing, but good enough. So you have the basics. You don't need more than that. And if you need, again, there's other things you can buy from the marketplace, and then you need to go in a bit more like hardcore blueprint stuff, but it's still doable. And if it's just about connecting different packages you've got from the marketplace, it's worth it. Just don't try to go and follow tons of tutorials to do that stuff on your own. You just waste your time on things that you really shouldn't prioritize. So get some level design starter packs. Framework mentioned. Try a blockout tool. There's a few tools that at the first glimpse, they would seem like just you scaling the primitive assets you have in Unreal. But actually, there's blockout tools that allow you to do more stuff like this, like scalable stairs, walls, and other stuff. So they can help speed up your work. Or get a good level design blockout modular kit, like the blocking starter pack I have shown here. It's a quite popular one. The idea is that you would have kind of a modular set from which you build interiors or other stuff, and get some low poly asset packs. Like, again, you don't need to become a designer. That's why you don't need to model your stuff. Maybe some specific things you want to do, create them with it's no longer called BSP brush, like now it's kind of modeling tool. I don't remember the name in Unreal 5. You can do that, but I would advise you to get a couple of free or buy a couple of low poly packs. Like seek stuff that's mostly art agnostic, that will allow you to create like both exterior and interior stuff, modern day, medieval age, or whatever you want to do. It's not always achievable, but try to get stuff that would get the job done for most type of projects you want to create. And just use these as placeholders. Like we actually professionally do this. Like when we're starting sometimes projects, sometimes you have an asset team that can help you create a huge library of placeholder assets. That's stuff that comes before art. Art will be replacing all of this later in a typical studio environment. But sometimes we just go ahead, buy a couple of packs, work with them until our asset artists create our own library so we can throw away the other stuff. The idea is this would really speed up your process. It would make it more fun for you. You would see much faster results when you start creating a level, and that's very important to not get easily demotivated, because if you start building a level from scratch when you have so much things to worry about and learn, whatever help you can get, and that level design starter pack is the help you need, would really help you get way faster and better results. So the next advice, what to start building with. Okay, you've prayed up until now, if you're following these steps, a couple of tutorials, maybe building a small area. I don't know, you're thinking in your head, hey, let's create a house or a hotel lobby and place some covers for, I don't know, a typical shooter game or whatever, but you're kind of doing it freestyle, and that won't get you very far. So the first step, if you ask me, is don't try to create something on your own entirely. Just rip off a game, entirely. Literally copy-paste a level, recreate it as close as you can to the original one. This for me is a very easy first step that would give you a good idea of a lot of different things. So let's pick up, I don't know, this is the portfolio of a designer, Hussein Mohammadi, which I found online, just stumbled upon his stuff through LinkedIn. He's got amazing stuff. If you check his background, worked mostly on mobile studios and other types of games, but it seems that his passion is AAA. So if you go to his webpage, he's created Last of Us levels, Division levels, Assassin's Creed levels, God of War levels, and that's the best way to start with. But as a step before that, again, just play one of those games, like Last of Us, select an area, not a full level. A full level is a lot of work. Just select one setup, semi-open, more linear, just a small chunk of gameplay. Play the level a lot of times, take a lot of screenshots, try to reverse engineer, what was the designer thinking when doing it? Is it more about stealth? Is he forcing you to go into combat? Is he giving the player agency to decide on his own? Up until now, through following some of the sources I mentioned before, like YouTube, Gamma Sutra, and so on, you should have some very basic knowledge of how level designers think and what they prioritize. So try to use some of that knowledge and some of the knowledge you have as a gamer and try to reverse engineer the process of the area of your choice that you will be recreating. Think of the enemy positioning and so on, and then literally try to create the same area. Just open a pure ref or other software where you can place all of the screenshots you've taken, place them there, and just try to copy it one by one using purely the gray boxes and the LD starter pack I mentioned before, the placeholder assets and all of that. You don't have to be exactly precise. I don't know, you don't need a house that's used in, let's say, Last of Us just as a background. You cannot enter it. You don't need to have the absolute same thing. Just get a couple of the low poly houses you have. Just put them there. They're enough to kind of block the player's way. Focus on the stuff that's relevant for gameplay. And if you don't have stuff in your starter pack and the low poly assets that's close enough to the level you're trying to recreate, then do it with gray boxes. A lot of the stuff you would do with just scaling primitives, and that's perfectly fine. Just make sure they somewhat resemble the stuff you're creating. So I don't know if The Last of Us has a couple of parked cars that the player can use for cover and maybe line of sight breakers, then try to not just put a big block there that's of this size. No, I mean, you can easily build a car out of scalable boxes in literally 1 minute, no matter how noobish you are with the tools. So just try to go that slight extra step of modeling the stuff. And yeah, just that's it. This would really give you a lot when you try to create that level and when you try to play it assuming you've adopted either Lyra, Advanced Locomotion, or any other more advanced and maybe expensive framework you bought from Marketplace. this would help you, and you need to focus on a couple of things. Yeah, like your level probably won't be crazy fun. It's not about creating this area and having a meaningful objective and the player going through all of the stuff. I mean, it's awesome if you can achieve that. But try to focus first on just the scale of the whole location. Does it make sense? Is the street too wide? Is it too narrow? When you put the other mid-sized and big-sized assets there, like, does it make sense? Like, like the relation between, let's say, a house and a truck and an enemy and a street and so on. I mean, does it look like it looks in the game? So try to get these proportions right. Try to get, I mean, if you focus a bit on the art, and you need to know a bit about art. As I said, you don't need to become an artist, but every good level designer has to know a bit about composition, silhouettes, framing things, and so on. Like, whoever designer tells you, no, I focus on gameplay, that's BS. Like, you cannot just get away with that. You need to build a solid foundation for your artist to work with eventually. And to sell your work, when I check like level designers' work and they try to sell their stuff, sure, I focus on gameplay and layout and so on, but whenever these designers know more about art, they sell their skills and craft and portfolio way better to me. I mean, people like pretty things. There's no way around that. So try to focus a bit on the aesthetics of your level. Metrics is mentioned here. Like, it's a big topic. I don't want to go there. But again, try to make your level playable. Like, when you put objects next to each other, you won't come up with a metric system on your own. But check the proportions again in these games. Like, if they allow the player, how much space do they leave between objects? Don't try to kind of make these false calls for players where something looks like you can go there or climb it and you actually can't, and it's just because the player can jump 2 meters and let you've placed this 2.2, so players can never see that. So try to recreate it as close as you can from the games. Usually they have a good visual language that you can follow and figure out that stuff. So yeah, that's really the first step. Like, you need to do this with at least a couple of levels, not even full levels, again, just separate areas. Do it a few times. Focus on the layout, on the pure world building and a bit of the art as mentioned before. Then try to focus on the other gameplay. I mean, as you're building this layout, of course, think about enemy positions and stuff, but don't focus on the actual implementation of the gameplay. If the player can actually interact with the door and open it, if he needs a key, and let's say in The Last of Us that's a locked door, so maybe first the player needs to go kill an enemy, get the key from there, go unlock the door. Like, don't focus on scripting that stuff at first. Like, if you've advanced enough with blueprints, go ahead, do it. Like, that's way better. Like, you need to learn it at some point. But to not get bogged down in these details at first, just use placeholders. When I say placeholders, I mean for functionality, not just like a placeholder for a beautiful car, you just put a low poly placeholder. No, functionality as well. If this door is locked, place a different color door. Just say, yeah, this one's red because it's locked. Then when you put a static enemy, like even a T-post character there, even if you don't want to go right now and put patrol pass and stuff like that as a first step, just put static enemies. They kind of show the intention that, yeah, there will be guys patrolling there. Put a big key, like a super ugly low poly asset key next to one of the guys and say, yeah, the guy's, yeah, like the player is supposed to get that key from him. This is what we call intention. This is kind of a placeholder for functionality. So it's very okay to start with that stuff. I mean, even in tests for like senior level designers, I see a lot of placeholder stuff, and that's very common, and it's perfectly fine. So it's up to designers what they want to focus on. So you need to know scripting. You don't need to focus on it a lot until you've nailed down some other things in your levels as a level designer. So yeah, just try to sell the intention. Just do it visually as much as you can. So yeah, repeat it with another area, and that's the thing. And the last bullet point here is a very key advice. Try to pick the framework or the game. I would start with the framework. That's the more difficult thing to choose, like based on your budget, needs, etc. Try to pick a good framework and then try to pick a game that's somewhat close to this. I mean, don't use advanced locomotion system, which is good for maybe creating a game like Uncharted or Assassin's Creed, like look-alike, and then try to do something like, I don't know, like Doom, Eternal, or like, I don't know, something completely different, like a side-scroller platformer. Like, it just won't work. So keep that in mind, it's very important. Till the end? Oh, so we're not there, okay, yeah. So as I said, I'm going in a lot of detail about a lot of stuff. So then the next step is kind of the normal one you would expect to follow from this. After you've recreated a couple of levels, you just need to build your own stuff. Like, again, pick a type of game that you're familiar with, but this time try to create your own level using, again, all the assets and tools and framework we've talked about. Check some professionals' workflows. Again, if you choose Last of Us, if you go in YouTube, you can actually see level design videos and making of. So again, it's a good cheat code you can use. Try a game, creating a level for a game that you can find info about. Do your research, get some references for that level, like concept art, Google Street View if you're creating urban locations or whatever. You can get a lot of references there. Just don't try to get in this like blank sheet problem like writer's block. Just get some inspiration for this. You need, of course, to go through the objective, what the gameplay will be about, but again, it's mostly about the layout and a simple like 2 or 3 step objective at first. Don't go hardcore with details. You need to create a bit of documentation. Don't go overboard, just create a decent 2D map and a simple walkthrough that you can explain with a couple of bullet points. When you're checking professionals' portfolios, you have to learn how to create proper documentation, but right now it's not about that. Just create something simple, just enough to unblock you. And yeah, again, absolutely the same as the previous exercise. Focus on layout and the simple gameplay and be prepared to iterate on this a lot. You cannot nail down a level from the first attempt. You would work on it and work on it and work on it and seek feedback and so on. So yeah, this is the most key ingredient of your portfolio. If we have to stop the presentation right now, that's the thing you need to focus on. If you get good at the previous step and this step, and you create a couple of like locations using similar methods to these, then again, it's all about selling yourself. So these are the most important things you need to do. So yeah, I mean, you will be going back to this step. Like no matter if you go to the other steps, no matter how good you are, if you're in month 6 or month 24 of your like goal of chasing your level design dream job, you will be going back to this constantly. You need to go back to it and grind. So just as we mentioned, online sources, get some books. Like there's a lot of good technical literature, like professional books about level design, game design. Of course, focus on the level design, but you can also check some other stuff for game design, architecture, and narrative design. They will be really strong helpers for you. So just try again to get a bit of everything. Focus in engine, watch some videos, bedtime, read 30, 50, whatever, like how much time you have of a book. It would keep you motivated and you get new knowledge. And you would create a good impression if you're going to interviews that you're going the extra mile and reading some stuff. Build a network. Like this can mean a lot of things for me. If you're at the stage of that you've already created some stuff, go on LinkedIn, create a profile, do it professionally, check some examples of professionals again, and start making connections, like other level designers and lead level designers. Just send invites. There's no bad thing. Most people won't decline those. Game designers, most importantly, I would say other aspiring level designers such as yourself. It's very important like to get in touch with such people. You can actually check people that tutor level design at different schools in Europe or around the world, and even more importantly, students at these game universities, because again, a lot of people are very open to sharing their experience and knowledge. So there's a lot of good people out there that will help you with this. So try to create a network. It's not like the Bulgarian thing called shurubajanashtina, so the bad kind of networking, which is like, yeah, I know people, they will help me land a job. No, it's about them helping you get better so that you can land that job. And leave the recruiters for last. I wouldn't kind of waste that bullet right now, because when you start approaching recruiters, they're assuming that you're seeking a job, and maybe you are not at this point exactly. So don't start spamming recruiters just yet. So, and because you would be doing this once you've already familiar with some LD tools in Unreal, like then you need to start showcasing your work. Every now and then, pace it, seek feedback about it, and just show yourself out there. Yeah, that's a kind of a no-brainer. If you have the money, if you can invest, go to an online course. I won't mention like bachelor's and master's degrees. That's again, if you can do it, that's awesome. I strongly advise you to do that. I didn't because of various reasons, but right now there's tons of cool stuff online, like CGMA, which I mentioned before, Naughty Dog people that worked on Division, Cyberpunk, other stuff, like great level designers that tutor there. Out of a course like this, 1 year and the hours you've spent on this course can really unlock you and your potential a lot. So it's really worth doing. There's other courses, of course. This is just some of the most famous ones. So you would get knowledge, you would get better skills, you would get to know a lot of people, and the importance of this is not for them that much to help you get a job, even though they might if they see you've got potential, but they would actually show you a professional's workflow. They would help you go from step 1, 2, 3, 5 until you can actually build a level on your own, and they will show you how to do it properly. Because if you go fully kind of indie style, you would acquire a lot of bad habits potentially. So that's very valuable knowledge you can get from these courses. But of course, check the courses you will apply for. I mean, I don't want to bash at anyone or anything, but there's a lot of courses out there that are inviting people that are still like to be lecturers, that are still studying at universities and so on. And I'm not saying they cannot teach you good stuff, they can, but I would always pick a course that's being led by a real industry professional that's been doing this for years and years to come. So I would always background check. Don't just rely on an academy's name and just blindly spend your money and enlist in that academy. Find a mentor, like book people on LinkedIn. Hopefully by now with the previous advice, MapCore, Discord channels and so on, you would know some people. And not a lot of them, out of 10 people that will tell you, hey man, sorry, I don't have time to help someone like you right now. Sorry, like maybe the 11th person will say, sure, show me your level, I'll give you some feedback. There's always someone there that will be willing to help you. People often underestimate that, and it's a huge help you can get for free actually. Learn to not take the feedback you're going to get personally. You just have to learn to care about your work, but learn to let it go and be open to change, because this will be happening a lot. It's still happening to me. Like 11 years of doing level design, people bash my level, no, that's not a good level, that's bad. Throw it in the trash bin, create a new one. So you need to understand that and be able to live with that. So yeah, also ask about advice. Don't just book these people like your mentors about how can I create a better level. Ask them how to find a job in the industry. Ask them what are the next steps for you to develop your personal skills. What are you missing? So it's not just the core set of level design skills. It's about you just becoming a professional. We already mentioned portfolios. You've already seen them through the previous steps. Go the extra mile, especially as someone without a background. You don't have a CV and a portfolio background from an industry studio to sell your work, so you need to display your work, do it professionally. Again, check some of the good websites there, provide like documentation for the layouts you've created, provide the references you've used, video playthrough, upload the project files or at least like a playable demo, write even a short like post-mortem of what worked for you, what didn't, and so on. People would actually see the struggles you've had and how you overcame them, and that's important when you're again a junior and it's very difficult for studios to judge what can you do and what maybe you can't. So yeah, quality over quantity. Don't get all the stuff you have there. Like you have a lot of low quality stuff in the beginning while you're still figuring out stuff. Just choose 1 or 2 decent levels. That's enough to start. And you need to prepare for interviews and tests. Like that's a bit tricky, but again, seek the advice from other people, like from people that already applied to interviews, they failed, from level designers in the industry, what are typical questions, what are typical tests they might give you. They can share a lot of information without breaking any NDA, and you need to practice about this. Like you've so far learned how to create levels, you've put some time constraints, like you need to put, by the way, time constraints and deadlines on everything you do, otherwise you won't get anything done, ever. But now you need to start trying to do this in very short bursts, like typical tests are 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So now you need to, hey, what can I do in 5 days? So don't let the first or fifth test that's being sent your way for a junior position surprise you. Be prepared to work with the pressure of having a very short deadline and how much stuff you can deliver, how to prioritize work, and so on. And yeah, pick different teams. Like I would personally limit the amount of studios I would apply for, like different genres of games. I wouldn't apply for doing platformers, racing games, RPGs. Like, figure out what you want to do. You might not have all the options in the world as a aspiring level designer, but for me at least, like sending 300 CVs out there, just it won't work. Like, I wouldn't approach it in this way. And this is super obvious, but you need to play games now as not only as a gamer, but as an aspiring level designer. So with the knowledge you would be acquiring while going through the previous steps, try to play them as a designer, try to reverse engineer some bits, take screenshots of layouts, try to figure out why this layout was created like this, why the experience from second to minute was created by this. And when you're doing your levels, try to apply some of the knowledge that you've gained when playing games. So, I mean, we still do it as professionals, years in the industry, and we learn stuff, so you will be learning from this as well. I mentioned the breakdowns, making of videos. There's a lot of stuff out there right now in the form of articles and ideally YouTube videos, like the Naughty Dog stuff here. So yeah, watch those videos, place those levels simultaneously while watching the video, and try to to see how things are done. This is invaluable info you can get there. And applying for the LD jobs, I mentioned it before, you just have to be prepared. This can be a very long and tiring process. I cannot be a hypocrite and speak about this because I had an easy way like 11 years ago. I had a lot of luck, which unfortunately is always part of that. But the thing is, I've spoken to a lot of people that are trying to land their first internship or like a junior level designer job. So you have to be patient. You have to learn to live with rejection. A lot of times you will be rejected because you lack experience, obviously, and maybe some skills, but a lot of times it's just bad timing. Like, it depends how many people and how good people applied right now. So you need to be patient with this and work constantly, and you would eventually get there. Again, I would filter the studios I would apply at, not only, I don't know, the biggest or best, but in the types of games you choose. I just don't believe like a person is just to land this level design job should apply to almost everything out there. And again, if you focus on working, like creating your levels for third person or first person shooters / action adventures, try to focus on applying on not vastly different studios than this. And yeah, I'm repeating some stuff, but that's on purpose. Like, again, seek advice from LDs and people in the industry while applying at studios as well. Figure out, let them help you what you're doing wrong and what you can do different. And ask for feedback. Unfortunately, studios won't always give you feedback why you've been rejected. They might not get back to you at all. That's the way it is. It sucks. But try to ask for that. Like, send an email. Hey, sorry to bother you, but I would really appreciate if you can send me feedback on why I failed. Is it my portfolio? Is it my level? Was it the interview? So this would be very valuable information, which again, later you can run through your network and people can give you advice. And yeah, the kind of workaround, like start as a QA. Just don't get stuck there. Like if you really, I mean, it's a great job, but if you want to be a level designer, starting as a QA and later like getting all the knowledge you can in the studio you're working at, and becoming a level designer is a good way to do it. And the bottom line after all this is the last kind of advice, is hard work. Like, you just can't leave it to luck. I just don't believe that any of the people here or anyone watching this video, if they go through all of these steps and maybe even more, and do this for 6, 12 months, 2 years if needed, no matter if they have a job and they just do it in their spare time, which is very difficult, but no one said it's gonna be easy. Or if you have like, I don't know, you're a student and you have maybe more time, or you're just financially secure and you can allow yourself to work on this for 1 year, just hard work and consistency, just repeating the steps over and over again, but seeking more and more advice and getting better, like you would eventually get there. And you just need to spend the hours. Like, you cannot just create 1 or 2 levels and be there, like, I don't know, 50, 100 hours and seek your first job. Like, you need to invest a lot more than that. You can get away with a little work, but you would need a lot of work, a lot of luck, connections, and I don't know. So most people wouldn't have the luxury of this. So you just have to put in the hard work. It can take you 2 or 3 years even sometimes. But then again, this is a trade that you might be doing for your full life. That's why I believe investing in an online course, buying some resources from on your marketplace if you cannot find them free, and investing the time, which is your most kind of precious thing right now, is totally worth it. Just think of it like this, like you could be working in this industry for like 20, 30 years, and it's a job that I still love doing, 11 years and on and counting. So I would say it's worth it. And yeah, just work smart. Like this is what this presentation is about. Like I'm sure you guys would have been going through many of these steps even if I didn't mention them. But once you have the chance to watch this again online or check the presentation, focus on some of the stuff like the frameworks, what to do, what not to do, because you can just get lost out there on your own and ask people. That these are the two key things. Just work smart and seek advice. So thank you. Sorry this was all very long.
Anyone has questions? Questions? Okay. I have a question as well, but it'll be the last one.
Yeah, sorry for not leaving a lot of time for the Q&A.
Hi. So
Hey.
are there genres that are inherently better or either easier to start with or genres that give you more bang for your buck time-wise when you spend the time making levels when making your first designs, or have the sophisticated engines and the pre-made frameworks largely solve that?
Well, I wouldn't say solved. There are differences. There's easier stuff to start with, but not necessarily the best stuff to start with. I mean, there's a reason why out there's tons of developers doing like the so-called walking simulators, because they almost have no gameplay except for one blueprint interacting with another, like for open a door or acquiring an item. That's the easiest stuff to start with, but that's not really level design at the end of the day. I mean, there's not a lot to it. So in this particular case, when it's about you showing that you're a good designer, I would just pick one of the mainstream genres because you just broaden your chances of getting a job. Just choose doesn't like first or third person perspective, doesn't matter that much, maybe third person, and just do a generic action adventure game. Like there's good frameworks about that, tons of resources you can use, that's all. This would make your life easier, and again it would open the most studios out there in the market, because if you start designing turn-based strategies or racing games or something else, or like a very specific RPG, it might be easier in some ways, but it would really limit the opportunities you would have in the industry. So yeah, I don't know if this answers the question.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Very simple one. Where can we get access to the presentation for all that information?
Okay. Yeah, those guys, yeah. It's going to be uploaded there. They'll give you information, I believe, so.
Okay, anyone else? No? Yeah, послите.
Yeah. So what would be the difference when creating a video game, either if it's 3D or 2D? Is it easier on 2D or is it almost the same?
If I understand correctly, you're asking 2D versus 3D. Is there a difference when you start doing it? Or?
Which one would be easier and what is better to start with?
Well, kind of similar to the first question that was asked. Like, I mean, for sure, creating a 2D game can be easier. Again, depends on the game. If you want to create a hardcore Metroidvania game, it might not be easy. Like design-wise, it might be actually very difficult. But again, because of the limited like planes and so on, I mean, obviously you have to take care about a lot less stuff. So it's a way to start. But if I'm starting with a 2D game, that means that that's really what I want to do, and I would be seeking work later in a studio that focuses on 2D games. So again, this would be very limited right now. So again, if we're talking about semi-big, like, I don't know, AA studios, like premium titles, etc., I would start with 3D. It's more difficult, for sure, but again, it gives you way more opportunities. So you really just have to know what you're going for. There's no wrong or like best answer to this.
Okay, anyone else? So my question. I'm not sure if you're allowed to answer me, but after Evo West, are you planning to do another hardcore FPS or just an FPS title?
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot talk about this. Like, we'll be working on something cool, that's for sure, but I can't say anything about genre, and to be honest, these things change throughout development. So even if I were to tell you something now, break my NDA, end up in jail, it won't do you much good in the long run, probably.
Okay, thank you. Last questions? Anyone? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Yasen.
Thanks.
And yeah, you know the drill. We're going to have a short break and see you in like 5 to 10 minutes.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print it out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people like, I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting like really excited about it. I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's a really beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Feel the rush of it takes me over. Feel the pulse of it pulls me under.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth.
Our next speaker has a master's degree in architecture, although I feel like master architect sounds cooler. While studying, he developed a lot of interest in 3D, and so he decided to pursue a career in 3D architectural visualization. He joined Chaos, and he started working on. Since joining Chaos, he created a lot of stunning imagery and for different videos, for training programs, for webinars, and he's here to tell you how to become a CGI artist the fun way. Yordan Zarev.
Oh boy, hello everybody. Like I said, we're going to be talking about how to become a CG artist, or to be more precise, we're going to go over all of the roles that you will meet in a typical production pipeline for making a movie. So what's the agenda? First, I'm going to introduce myself and why am I here. Then we're going to cover what's a traditional filmmaking pipeline. We're going to talk about the roles in the industry. And after that, if you guys have any questions, I would be really happy to answer. So first, my name is Yordan. I'm a 3D artist. Like my colleague already mentioned, I work at Chaos. I create numerous visuals for tutorials, webinars, marketing videos, anything from modeling, VFX, animations, rigging. In other words, I'm a 3D generalist. Excuse me. So why am I here? I work at Chaos, which is a leader in creating software for visualizations. You might know us because one of our founders, Vlado, which is right here, won a technological Oscar for his implementation of V-Ray, which is a ray tracer. It's a ray tracing engine for rendering imagery. So where you can find our software, everywhere from architecture, interior design, production, automotive, visual effects, some, if anybody has done any game cinematics, studios like Blur, etc., work with us, so we're pretty much everywhere. To mention a few of our partners, it goes from Autodesk, Trimble, Intel, NVIDIA, pretty much everybody. And some of our clients are huge studios from the architecture business, as well as movie making and design. So first, let's start with something fun. This is a little quiz that I like to do with everybody when I start a presentation. I don't know if you've seen any of those images, but my big question is, can anybody tell me which here is a render and which here is a photo? Okay, we have a few guesses. Yeah. Okay, do you think anything is, do you think any one of these is a photo? All of them are renders. All of them. Like, these are arts from a guy called Ian Spriggs. He focuses mainly on creating portraits, and he goes into a ton of detail. He has covered everything from sculpting, shading, lighting, texturing, compositing. So it's a guy that's pretty much all in one. Yep, like I said, pretty much everything here is a render, as you can see. And to showcase the depth of detail he goes into, here's a little showcase. Pretty cool. So let's take a look at how movies are made. Basically, it's a really big production pipeline, and there are a lot of roles involved. It can be this, the whole process can be broken down into 3 separate stages. It's pre-production, where you create idea, there's scripting, budgeting, you need to find finances. Of course, there is also casting for the roles, etc. The next thing is production. This is the stage where all the filming is made. It's all of the work with actors and etc. And the last one is post-production, where we apply visual effects, sound effects, editing, and post-production and compositing. So the last part is where the movie is put together. Now, the film production crew is actually pretty big. As you can see, this is pretty much all of the roles. They're everything from directors, hang on. Okay, so from directors, camera, electric people, there's everything from construction for creating sets. A ton of people are dealing with makeup, costumes. There's assistant directors, pretty much everything. And right here in this little very corner is the post-production or visual effects people, so CG artists, basically. Now, this diagram is a bit misleading, because if we take a deeper look, we can actually take a look at the split of how many people work on each one of these roles. And let's take an example with Iron Man 3, which had about 3,000 people working on the whole movie in general. And as you can see, about 1/4 was in visual effects. So even though it is a very small role, it actually involves a lot of work and a lot of people and a lot of manpower that needs to be done when creating a movie. Okay, so let's take a closer look at the VFX pipeline, or what things look actually in practice. This is the whole pipeline. It starts with an idea, storyboard, then an animatic is created, then the design people come into place, they create layouts, then there's R&D done, then we go into the CG stuff, modeling, texturing, rigging, etc., all the way till we get to compositing, motion graphics, color corrections, until we get the actual final movie. In the next few slides, we're going to take a look at each one of those roles, because they can be very, very different, and basically they're all on the spectrum from artistic to technical, but pretty much anyone can find a place in one of those roles. So let's start with the story. The first thing is to create the idea for your movie, whether you take a already created story or you come up with something on your own, but you need to figure out what are your characters, what's the interaction between them, what's the point of the movie, etc. Basically, you need to have a compelling story built and create a script for that. Then comes the storyboarding process, which is the first step where where digital artists come in place, because it needs we need to create an animatic for that whole story, and this is done even for very small productions, even for 20-second commercials. There is a storyboard created with pretty much every one of the shots showcased in little drawings like this, so that all the people that get to work on that project from that point forward, have a good idea and a good sense of direction where everything is going. So this is an example from Zootopia, or was it Zootropolis? I can't remember the name in English, but yeah. As you can see on the left, we have the animatic and like the storyboard, and on the right, we have the actual shots created based on those animatics. And as you can see, the storyboard gives a very rough, but also a very good idea of what the movie will look like and what every one of the shots will look like. And based on that, people make decisions on what kind of resources they need to allocate and how many people do they need for certain tasks. Next is previs. This is where a lot of 3D artists come into play, and the idea is that you create this very rough pre-visualization of your movie where everything is literally put together from scraps. As you can see, those are very rough renders. Some of them are made from the viewport, but let's take a, come on, play. So here we're going to have a little example of what the previs looks compared to what is going on in the final renders. We have a few shots from Star Wars, from other big movies, where you can see how everything was rendered before it actually got into production and filming, so that everybody has a good sense of direction of where it was going. And of course, you can see the final product and how close the two are actually. Okay, then the next step is creating concept art. So a big role in creating an actual production is figuring out how everything will look and how everything will work. This is where concept artists come into play. We're talking about designers who will figure out what the costumes will be, what characters will look like, what their stuff like hair will be, what weapons will look like, etc. And there are a few different types of concept design actually and concept art. Of course, there's a general 3D concept art. There's a lot of people who create those little characters or environments or pretty much anything that gives that represents an idea which will then be developed into a very detailed piece for a movie or whatever its purpose is supposed to be. Of course, there's feature film concept art. Here, there's a lot of drawings and art done like this one. Basically, those are stuff like set designs. People are creating vast areas so that everybody has a sense of idea what the whole production will be taking place at and what the environment will look in those movies and films, etc. And again, the last thing that I'm going to mention is games concept art. Probably most of you have seen all of these. Like I said, this is the stage where people just figure out what the characters will look like, how they will function. This is based a lot on the story and also on how the characters and the environment will be interacting with one another. As you can see, there are decisions made about the proportions of the characters, their appearance. Of course, there's a lot of diagrams like this where people figure out the face features so that they fit the actual storyline. Because you probably can't make a very you probably can't have a silhouette like this having a role like this one, so you can have a heavy character trying to be a ninja, etc. So yeah, that's an important part. The last thing in concepting is the color scripts. Here, colorists will try to figure out what kind of tonality they're looking for each one of those shots that they need to create, and they will pick out colors that will enhance the visual experience of the people watching those shots. The idea is that with colors, you can communicate a certain mood or a certain feeling, and before the filming starts, you need to have a very good idea of what the actual film will look like and what each individual shot will be trying to communicate. Next thing, layout and production design. This is where people try to figure out what the set of each shot will look like. They start putting pieces together, and this is something that... Come on. So this is the place where the actual shots start to be put together with different props, etc., so that you actually can begin rendering something and starting to flesh out the environments and the actual shots for your movie. And as you can see here, pretty much everything is rendered out, except for the dinosaurs, the real. I don't know if you've noticed. And like I said, yeah, everything is done, a lot of the things actually are done in CG, and the idea is that you need to, in this stage, you need to create your actual environments, and they need to be detailed and production ready. This involves a lot of modeling, texturing, etc., which we'll be taking a look after this. So, an important step is R&D, or research and development. When a movie is starting to be made, a lot of problems rise up. So, for example, you need to figure out how to create certain animations, you need to figure out how to create certain visuals. And there are easier and harder ways. You need to pick out what kind of software you're using, what kind of pipeline, etc., whether you'll be doing the animation in 3ds Max or maybe in Maya. It really depends. But yeah, this is very related to the tools. Sometimes there's a lot of custom scripting made just in this part. So let's have an example. We probably can recognize this image. This is from Interstellar. This is the black hole. And this is a really interesting render for the sole purpose that the team had actual physicists figure out how the light interacts when there is a massive body with a lot of mass, and how it will curve the space-time around it. And you can say that that representation of black hole is probably quite accurate, or the most accurate that we will get for now, apart from actually taking a photo of it. The next part is 3D modeling. This is the stage where pretty much everybody creates, well, 3D modelers create each one of the props, characters, and anything in 3D space. They flesh them out, and again, there are a few different types of modeling, so there's something for everybody. The first thing is poly modeling. This is a simple process where you drag out polys and you create surfaces with them, and you use tools like cutting, extruding, mirroring objects, etc., so that you create a surface. This is very useful when you're creating something hard surface, like a car. It works really well with very well-defined shapes. Like I said, anything mechanical, etc. The next thing is digital sculpting, and this is a completely different approach where you actually take a piece of digital clay and you mold it to the shape that you want. And it's a completely different approach. You can say that it is a lot more artistic and a lot less technical than actual poly modeling. Again, this is a completely different task. Usually in the production, you have different people doing the digital sculpting and doing the poly modeling, for the simple reason that they require a very different mindset. And like I said, it becomes very useful when you're creating very organic shapes. The last approach is procedural modeling. This is probably the most technical way and technical approach. The idea here is that you actually, instead of building the object itself, you basically create a machine that will build those objects for you. So for example, in here, somebody took the time to script all of the logic behind creating this particular set of environment prop. And gave the ability to the artist to choose pretty much any kind of any type of the details that we have. So we can really quickly customize and create iterations of the same object in case you need to fill a huge environment with similar props, but actually have them look the same. Next part is texturing, and texturing is really important because this is the part where you actually start to flesh out the model, you start to give it color, you start to represent the materials that the model is being made of. And of course, as you know, there's a huge difference between how something like wood would interact with light and how something like paper will interact with light. And this is where all of those things are done. First, there are a few steps you need to figure out whether you need to create stylized or natural looking textures. Then you gather references. Then you need to be accurate with colors. Then you start layering and figuring out basically the story of an object, whether it's been dragged to dirt or it's been into space or whatever. And then the actual process is getting texturing done. It can be done in a few ways. It can rely on scanned textures. So this is using stuff like photogrammetry to capture an actual object with its textures and just putting it into CG place. The next one is procedural. This is pretty much like procedural modeling. It relies on mathematical models to create textures. Things like Burcon noise or Perlin noise, if you've heard of them, come into use here. And the last thing that you need to figure out is the level of detail. So it's really important that your textures will hold up on, depending on how close your camera is to your objects. So here's a little example of texturing. This is done in Substance Painter. Basically, any kind of object that you take, you can create base colors for it, determine what kind of materials each part will be, and apply things like dirt, scratches, decals, etc., so that you actually create the story behind that object. And this is really important because this is the part which will decide whether your prop fits into your environment and in your movie and in your story, or it doesn't. Okay, we're moving to something more technical. Next is rigging. And rigging is the process of creating a skeleton for your characters or for pretty much any object that you need to be animated. It comes with a lot of technical knowledge and a lot of research, because you need to figure out how your characters will be moving, what their anatomy will be, and those are big parts of making the actual animation real. So here's a quick example of what rigging a character might look like. In this example, we've created bones which control how the body will bend and how it will be controlled using a few simple controls like twisting, rotating, etc. Of course, in some cases, you might want some exaggerated motions like the ones displayed here. They come really handy in more animation-looking kind of movies, like Zootopia, for example, because you need that exaggerated motion. But in more photorealistic things, more photorealistic productions, you might need a more robust approach and might want to keep things a bit more realistic. Again, if we're going a bit more advanced into the process, here's a really good representation of what happens when rigging and animating a character. First, a bone structure is created. It doesn't need to look like that. It just needs to represent the bone structure. Then there's a muscle system created and how it deforms the surface of the skin. And lastly, there's a skin layer applied, which puts everything together, and you have the final animation and your final model. Okay, next thing is FX and simulation. And this is a really cool part. Basically, this is where you blow up everything, or you break it, or you burn it, or you put it into water, whatever. It's just really cool. It comes to play in games a lot too. pretty much all of the animations that you see when you're slashing something with a sword, or you're blowing stuff, or you're casting spells, it doesn't matter, pretty much everything is done with FX and simulations. And there are a ton of approaches to simulations. There are rigid body simulations, soft body simulations, then there are particle physics, particle simulations, etc., fluid dynamics. Most of the examples here are basically rigid bodies. Most of these are done with RelClone, or if you're looking to be a bit more technical, you might look into a software like Houdini, which is starting to be way more used inside in the VFX industry. And again, these are probably particle simulations. Again, particles, and physics simulations, etc. Okay, next part, this is another step in creating the characters. It's hair and grooming, and for a lot of productions you need to create characters with fur or hair or anything, whether you're recreating a person or whether you're recreating an animal. And the process can be quite interesting because the tools are made in such a way that you actually groom the fur. You have little strands that represent the hair, and you literally tell them how to behave and which way do you want them to point, etc., to create the style of fur that you're looking for. Okay, this probably lighting and rendering. This is probably one of the more artistic parts of the VFX pipeline, and here we have people dealing only with lighting and actually forming how the shot will look like and the mood of the shot, etc. This can be a very interesting process because it very closely represents real-world lighting. So here we have a few examples from actual movies and how the lighting has been achieved. And as you can see, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of setup to actually get the lighting that you want in a real-world scenario. But with CG, you can do it very easily for the simple reason that you have actual representations of the real-life lights, and you don't have any limitations. The only reason that you might need to limit yourself is so that you don't create something that is way out of proportion or that looks very unrealistic. So here's a quick example of creating a quick look depth of a character. As you can see, the lighting can very quickly change the mood of an image and change the readability of the character. And it is a really fun process where you really shape out each one of your scenes and each one of your shots. Okay, one of the last parts is compositing. So compositing is taking all of that we've talked so far and putting it into one shot and making it look like it's in place and not just stamped on top of everything else. So let's take a quick look of compositing a shot. As you can see, everything is done in green screen, and then all of the different render passes are applied. Of course, compositing is done for creating set extensions also, not just for the complete making of a shot. As you can see, you can take CG parts and just apply them on top of anything that you've done and basically shape the world that you want your characters to be in. Okay, here's another example. In this case, we've taken the animation from an actual actor and replaced it digitally with a CG character that has been modeled, sculpted, then groomed, rigged, etc. Okay, so what are the VFX roles? Basically, like I said, they lie on a really large spectrum. It's everything from very artistic roles like concept arting on lighting artists, all the way to very STEM-oriented fields like creating custom scripts, rigging characters, doing physical and particle simulations, etc. And pretty much everybody can find their place here because it's a really, really large spectrum. Of course, the main roles, like I said, everybody is an artist in this field. Then we have programmers. They are divided into, those roles are divided into generalists or specialists. Depending on the size of your production, maybe you have more generalists because you need one person to take care of many roles. You might need one person to create models, texture them, create their rigs, animate them, etc. Or you might be working in a very huge production where each one of those roles will be very specialized, and you will have a person creating only characters, person creating only props, and somebody who's creating only the textures. And okay, can we have sound for this? Great. Yeah, basically those are most of the roles. Actually, great. So those were all of the roles that you will encounter in a typical VFX production. And these are all the roles that you can be picking from. And here we have a VFX reel that will give you an idea of all the cool things that you can actually make.
Feel the rush of it, takes me over. Feel the pulse of it, pulls me under. Find the truth in it, it is primal. As we balance it, good and evil.
And yeah, I'd like to thank you for your patience, and thanks for listening to my talk. Yeah, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. Yep.
Czekaj, Lucho. Hi. First of all, thank you for this incredible presentation. I was wondering, you seem like a person who has a lot of experience working in film. How would you suggest a complete newbie to enter the industry? Like, for example, I'm not even finished with 12th grade and I already want to drop in the industry. What can I do to sort of be more appealing to studios, and even how to look for studios?
Okay, so this is a tough question, and my first advice would be to get familiarized a little bit more with the different roles that I just presented, because they can be very different, and a few roles in the industry might not be a good fit for you, while others are much better. So first, I would say whether you should decide whether you want to be more on the artistic side or more on the technical side. This really depends on what kind of character you are, and from there on, my suggestion would be the same as the presenter before me. You should really put in quite a lot of work. The big thing is creating a portfolio, and it can be, it doesn't have to be anything big, it doesn't have to be anything grandiose, but you need a few good images where you present the skill that you're applying with. So for example, if you're a concept artist, just try to figure out a few concepts. Start with creating a story, or you can actually remake concepts for games. People like that. Of course, you will get more traction if you're doing some kind of a remaster for something that's already known. So I had a few friends in the concept art industry that their most helpful pieces were creating their own versions of characters for Dune and for Diablo, etc. And that's how they got picked up in the industry. Of course, you need to refine your just technical skill in general. You need to be aware with the tools that you're working with. But yeah, it takes some time. But I'd say that just putting in some work and taking it one step at a time is a really good approach.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? I see no hands.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yordan Zarev, everybody.
Thank you.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes? 5-10 minutes with 11-Bit Studios. See you in a bit.
you can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that.
Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. Like, it's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world. Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is like one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my kind of like secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot, We love each other, no?
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavor.
It feels really...
Okay, so next one is a triple. We got people from 11-bit studios, all three of them. They're all Bulgarian, but they work for a Polish studio, remotely. We have Dimitar Simidchiev, Konstantin Altaparmakov, and Tanya Altaparmakova. Yes, Dimitar, or how he asked me to introduce him last time here on stage, Prostu Mitku, is a design director. Konstantin is a senior game designer, and Tanya is a senior quest designer at 11-bit studios. They all used to work for Ubisoft Sofia in the past. They've worked on essentially almost every Assassin's Creed game that's been worked on here at Ubisoft in Sofia. They've also worked on The Division 2. And here to tell us a little bit more about how to work remotely in the game industry are Dimitar, Konstantin, and Tanya.
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, we're Mitko, Konstantania, and we are 11-bit studios. As mentioned, I'm a design director on the mysterious Project 8, not announced yet by 11-bit studios, and I work with Konstantania on the same project. Now, obviously, we have to address the first question. Is an 11-bit studios a Polish studio, and why are there 3 Bulgarians talking to us today? Actually, the last several times when 11-bit studios visited the Sofia Game Jam, it was actually people from Poland. However, the reason we're having this presentation today very much is supposed to answer the question why this time around we have 3 Bulgarians. Actually, a year ago, I joined and I was the only Bulgarian, and within just a year, there's 4 of us now. Katya on the front row here is our newest recruit. But yes, we are very much growing in the remote working area. Now, we have to address an elephant in the room, which is why we're talking about this now at the first game jam after they got renewed. Well, the reason there weren't game jams is the same reason why we get to talk about this. If you thought we were going to get to go a day without talking about COVID, sorry. It's because of COVID. COVID stopped the world for a while, but then the world needed to figure out how to keep going, so it did. And a lot of things that used to be taboo before, such as remotely working in the games industry, became possible. So about 3 years ago, very, very few studios actually were open to doing something like this. Moon Studios, famously, the Ori people used to do that from way back. But by and large, this was a no-no. There were security concerns. There were concerns about what kind of solutions we're going to use to stream this amount of data remotely because people are working on like raw engine data. But somehow we figured it out when we had no choice. So we're here doing this talk basically because of COVID. Now, to actually tell you about who you need to be in order to work remotely in the industry, I'm going to turn it over to Tanya.
Thank you, Mitko. So, welcome everybody. You're probably wondering who can work remotely. And the short answer is everybody. Don't be afraid if you don't have any experience. Doesn't matter if you're a junior or a senior or a more experienced person in our industry, this doesn't matter. From our personal experience, the thing that we can say for sure is that if you have any experience in the industry, it would be a little bit more easier for you because you would know what to expect. But don't be afraid, go for it. The market is open and yeah, the game dev is waiting for you. One more thing that is probably an excuse for you if you're not experienced is that what type of softwares are used for engines and so on. This is just an excuse. These are just tools and you're going to get used with them if you want. So doesn't matter, again, who are you and what is your experience, you can work remotely. The next question that is probably bothering you, where you should start working. You could work everywhere in this planet Earth. There are 2 main things that you should keep in mind. The first thing is the time zone. because the time difference is something that will bother your work-life balance. So from our experience, we could say that time differences with 2 or 3 hours in difference are fine. They're totally okay because you're not working during the nights, you're not getting up that much earlier. But if this is your thing, that you prefer to work during the nights, go for it. It's, again, totally up to you. The second thing is that you should mind the currency that you're going to pay it in, mind the conversion rates and exchange taxes. This is something super important, so when you're applying or you're going to start to work remotely, ask for it. If you're not okay with it, try to change it if there is a possibility, so keep it in mind. And yeah. The next words would be from Konst.
Hello, everybody. So, as with everything, there are some pros and cons about working remotely. So, some of the pros. Yes, you can work in your pajamas. This is the obvious one. So you do not travel, you do not commute to work. You can have better focus and increase productivity because of that. And by working remotely, you will get the opportunity to work on different projects, and for different companies, which might not have an office necessarily in your city or even in your country, like in our case. Of course, there can be some distractions at home. This reminds me of a story. I was working on something, can't remember exactly what, and then my daughter came into the room. I didn't close the room properly, and she was like, "Daddy, Daddy," and for a split second, she just completely turned off my PC. So everything was gone. My colleagues wondered what happened, and like once I was online 10 minutes later, I was like, explained what happened, and we all had a good laugh. So be mindful, there are distractions at home. This can lead to also less face time with people in the company, so you might feel disconnected from them, who is working on what. You will not form like good relationships in the way that if you were in the office. So, of course, basically to mitigate the cons, I would suggest that, if possible, to visit the studios. So ask around when you're working remotely, how is the company handling that? Like, do they have an office? Like Mitko mentioned, Moon Studios. So, for example, they don't have an office, but can you maybe get together once or twice a year, the whole team? Because getting together, this year we were several times in Poland, and this helps to talk with many different people, form relationships, bond, more FaceTime. So when you're working remotely, you know these people, and it's like, yo, what's up? Can we talk about this? Yes, sure. Send me this, and it feels more natural. And also, my personal experience. Last time we went, we had a nice party with our newest recruit, Petya, at the back. So this can be a very positive experience, and definitely mitigated a lot of the cons that I mentioned, because we spent some time there, we bonded with people, and it was a highly efficient time for work.
Okay. Now that we got the pros, cons, and how to mitigate them, say you've decided to take the plunge and decided that this is something you might want to try. There are a few tips about a few things you should keep in mind and a few questions you should ask. I would roughly separate them in the legal stuff bucket and the technical stuff bucket. Things in the legal stuff bucket include such things as how exactly you're going to get employed remotely. Is it going to be contract of employment, or is it going to be B2B or business to business? So you and the company employing you actually contract, you're a contractor for them. If you're working for a studio that's in another country, then chances are very high it's going to be B2B. If you're simply in another city, then contract of employment is an option. If you do go with the B2B option, you also need to figure out how it's going to work. You need to register in some way that you are able to contract with another entity in a different country. There's two main options. Basically, you either found a company of your own or you register as a freelancer. There are pros and cons to those options as well. We're not going to get into them now. You're going to talk to an accountant if you decide this is something for you, and you're going to get everything laid out. And there's also the figuring out the taxes stuff. So once you start contracting, you no longer have the benefit of somebody else, your employer, handling your taxes basically, which is something you might be used to. Like, you don't bother about these things. If you start working for yourself, whether as a freelancer or in your own company, you need to worry about your taxes, but again, get an accountant. The other thing that taxes are important for is because you're going to negotiate a number, basically, that you're going to get paid, keep in mind that this is the number before taxes. So unlike when you start a new job, when they're going to tell you this is how much you're going to get and how much you're going to have to spend, you're still going to have an amount of money that's going to come into your bank account. However, you're going to need to pay some taxes and stuff. Again, talk to an accountant, figure this stuff out. On the technical side, there's also a few things to keep in mind. First of all, if you work at an office, the office is very likely taking care of the power and the internet. You probably have powerful UPSs making sure that nobody's machines just shut off immediately when the power goes out, and you have fast internet available. If you don't work at an office, this is something you're going to have to provide for yourself. Fast internet specifically is something you should look into, like fiber optic or what's an option for you, because you are going to need high internet speeds in order to be able to stream aforementioned high volumes of raw engine data. You also need to get a good headset, because a lot, and I mean a lot of time is going to be spent in front of the camera talking to people. A lot of time is going to be spent in meetings, and so you need good camera and headset to help you with those. Now, you should also ask about the particular remote solution that the company you want to work with employs. This means hardware and software. Hardware purely means, are you going to be using your own machine with just a software solution that they provide? Are they going to send you a desktop computer? Are you going to get a laptop? Are you going to get a terminal that allows you to securely access the remote network? Basically, what is the hardware thing? Mostly because there's a big difference between, are they going to give you a laptop, which you can use anywhere, or are they going to give you a big desktop PC, which you have to figure out where to put? On the software end of things, we've been at it for about 2 years now, so most places have figured it out. But if somebody tells you they're going to be using remote desktop, run. This is not a legitimate solution for this kind of work. And if somebody still thinks they can use it, this means they have not done this pipeline yet. They do not know what works and what doesn't. There are plenty of solutions that work, Citrix, Remo, Splashtop, Parsec, a whole bunch of them, and all of them are fine. Just remote desktop is not one of them. And finally, where are you going to work? So if you have a space at home, like you have an office, like Konstantin, for example, then it's easy. You have a desktop there or a laptop or something. If not, and you're going to be working out of your living room, then figure out that you have a place to do it. Maybe you have to rent an office, and this is also fine. If you're going to be working from a cafe like Starbucks type place, keep in mind that our industry is handling sensitive information subject to NDA, so it's on you to basically figure out how to make sure you're protecting the information while working at a public place. Now, with all those things, I think it might be cool for us all to just share what does a day in our life working remotely look like. And I'll start. So if I have to summarize my day working remotely, I can do it in 3 words. And they are meetings, meetings, and meetings. A lot of them. So I have to meet with designers and talk about designs. I have to meet with producers and talk about the project timeline, how the sprint is going, our roadmap, all of this. I have to meet with the creative director on the project to talk about narrative or how we want to tweak something in the game to make it better. And something that actually helps a lot with this, and going back to one of the cons that Cons mentioned, about the lack of face time, in order to make up for this, because I can't actually catch somebody down the corridor and be like, hey, something I want to share with you real quick, I have to specifically schedule those times that I'm going to be talking to the people I work with most closely. So I have a daily slot saved for talks with the creative director. Every day in the morning, I know I get to talk with him. Sometimes it's a 10-minute call, sometimes it's an hour, but I know I have this slot, and if there is something very important to discuss, and for some reason I can't catch him in the moment, I know that the next day I can catch him because we have this slot. With the lead game designer, I have meetings 3 times a week, again, so that we can discuss how the design team is doing, how the designs are going, all of this, but I know I have these times set aside. So you're going to have to make an effort, basically, to make sure that you can get to keep in touch with the people you need to keep in touch with. I also, when we're at such a point in the milestone, play the build daily. This is also something that's peculiar. I've discovered, for example, that I can play it much more problem-free in the mornings, whether this is because of traffic that happens at the studio later during the day or something, but I've discovered that for myself, I do best if I do this in the morning, and this is also something something basically peculiar to remote work, that you have to figure out what times of the day your internet is going to work best for heavy work, such as streaming the engine. How about you, Tanya? What does your day look like?
The quest design is something super unique as a discipline in our studio, so I have to be really good self-organized and maintain my days, because I have to communicate with many teams, like the level designers, on the other hand, with the programmers, with the game designers, with directors, and apart from this, I'm writing many documentations. I have many technical work in the engines, so I'm trying to split my days in teams. Like, for example, today's I'm going to have more meetings and write documentations, and probably the day after that I will do some engine work. So that way I'm a little bit more focused on my tasks and I deliver better my things. So this is my tip for my everyday work. Just organize your stuff and put them in thematics, so you're going to be better in delivering. And Cons, how about you?
Well, also lots of meetings, you know. But except for meetings, what is very important, at least in my case, is to play my features. So sit down, play through them, and usually I try to grab some people, not like Mitko scheduling time, but just to ask, is anybody free? So we can play together and we can give each other feedback. Last week I had such a case when we were working on a thing with one of our level designers, and I was just like, hey, do you have time? And he was like, give me 5 minutes, and then we jumped in and we played for, I think, an hour and something. So something that is very important also is to play the things that you work on. And of course, like Mitko and Tanya said, I also write documentation, schedule meetings, and talk to other people, which includes a lot of effort now that we are remote, but it really, it's something that you can adapt to. So I think that's it.
All right, so in the end, we're not actually saying, you know, necessarily come work for us, although we are hiring, but remote work isn't necessarily for everybody, but it might be for you. A year and a half ago, I didn't dream that I was going to be working somewhere other than on site at a studio. He had a chance encounter with a friend of mine at the beach, actually. He was like, well, why don't you just write that recruiter back? Like, nothing's gonna happen if you just do. Something did happen, and now 4 people work there. But the point is, it's not scary, it's not strange anymore. More and more this is becoming the norm. Like Yasen, who you heard from earlier, he's one of the crew. He works in Poland as well. So this is becoming more and more something that is very widely spread and accepted. It's definitely not scary. A lot of people have gone down this road before you, so a lot of stuff has been figured out. And just don't let the fact that you live here necessarily define what you can work on, because your next adventure might be waiting somewhere else. Thank you.
Hello.
I know this is not necessarily your case, but have you noticed the industry being receptive to employees with bigger differences in time zones, say over 3 hours? I know this is not your case, but what if you say you have a colleague in Thailand or something? Is this going to work with your studio or the industry at large, I guess?
What?
Okay. Yes. All right. Yes, it's not the case at our studio. Actually, 11-bit has people working from the UK, Spain, Poland, and Bulgaria. So we're all within plus minus 2, basically.
Yeah.
I personally know people who work for a Canadian studio, for example. So I know of people who work with a studio that's major time difference. And again, as Tanya pointed out, if it works for everybody, it's not really an issue. It's just an issue, for example, if your friends are going out and you're like, sure, I have a call at 9, so I need to come out a bit later, but it's you do you. For our case specifically, I know we want people to be mostly in our core hours because actually 11-bit only has the one seat in Warsaw, so it's not like we're distributed much. And for us to be able to work together efficiently, it's good that at least the core hours are shared. But I know for sure that there are a lot of studios that are much more flexible and they allow for much bigger time differences.
Yeah, so it's still mostly employees accommodating to studio hours as opposed to studios accommodating to employee hours depending on the person's time. Or it's just different from studio to studio.
For us it is. I don't know for that.
It depends. As Mitko said, with our company, I have friends that work in other companies, and what I hear is that you need to talk with the company and figure it out. Because sometimes they're fine if there is like some overlap. So if you work, let's say, East Coast US, so maybe when it's evening here, it's their morning. So maybe you have like 2 or 3 hours overlap and you can talk. Or like if it's in, I don't know, in Australia, maybe it will be a little bit more problematic. But if that happens, I would suggest talk. I mean, it's possible to have a solution to that. I guess it will be harder with meetings, so it will be mostly like chats and emails, but I can see this work. I've heard about people that do it, but I have no idea.
It's pretty amazing that even this is possible, so yeah.
Probably the most important thing here is when you're applying to ask for the core hours, the working hours, and if there are some hours for meetings dedicated especially for this, like if you have more than 2, 3, or 5 hours in the working hours. So this is the thing. Talk with your company, talk with your colleagues. You will find a way.
Questions? So first of all, I wanted to ask for a bit of context. What part of the company is working remotely, like percentage-wise, and what part is based in the Poland office? Roughly.
Roughly, it's a very small percentage that's working remotely of the company. Okay, so 11-bit is about 250 people as of now. The other 2 projects, which are Frostpunk and The Altars, they are, I'm pretty sure, mostly local. It's Project 8 that actually opened the doors for 11-bit to branch out with remote work. The amount of people who are working remotely out of Project 8 is much higher, so I'd say it's probably about, it's more than 10%, it's about 15% is remote in that project, and almost the entire design team is actually remote. It's mostly artists and programmers who are working on site, and the design team is very distributed.
Okay, and my second question is, sometimes, maybe you felt that, maybe you haven't, but sometimes working from home can be very distracting, especially if the machine you're using, for example, for work is the same as you use to play games for fun. And sometimes it might be difficult to focus on work, so do you have like strategies that you employ in order to make sure that you're focusing on work rather than getting distracted by, I don't know, bookmarks that are more interesting or something like that?
My personal strategy about this is to try to diminish all the distractions. So I try to close all the tabs, and I use my own PC also for the remote work. So I try to close all the tabs, no Facebook, basically anything with notifications, like no YouTube, no nothing, and I try to focus. I don't always manage to do it, but it involves a lot of also self-discipline and be like, okay, I need to do this, and I usually try to break down my tasks, and then it's like, okay, let's do it, okay, this, and okay, I'll take a break, sure, let's watch a YouTube video or something, and then, but okay, I need to go back, and basically it's self-discipline and talking to yourself and trying to find, to break down the task, and it's not like, oh, I have this big task that's overwhelming, but okay, I will, I don't know, create the template of the document, I will write my titles, what do I need to do, let's read about some stuff and start doing it. Or if you work in the engine, it's like, okay, let's have something playable, let's iterate on it, and try to, for me personally, it's about getting it rolling. Once I start working on the tasks, it's fine. There are still distractions, however, I'm not managing it 100%.
To be fair, though, we've worked at an office. It's not like nobody at an office watches, you know,
Yeah.
YouTube or opens Facebook, so it's not that different.
For example, I'm trying to give myself break every hour, for example, so I know that I have some dedicated time for distractions. So I'm working, and know that, oh no, don't distract yourself, you have this time in a half an hour or something. So if you give yourself this type of pacing, it will be easier probably for you, so you will know that you have your time, your own time. Because it's super easier not only to distract yourself from work, but vice versa, like to overwork yourself. And you have to dedicate this time for yourself, so you're taking a break, this is helping you working more efficiently.
Actually, about overworking, I just want to add that, yes, sometimes in the evening, it's like, let's check this one thing, and then it's like, oh, it's too late. So it can be definitely a pitfall, so be careful.
So what sites or resources you could recommend for searching and finding a remote job in a game dev industry?
I would say the normal websites, like you can try, if you want to visit a specific studio and check their website and see if they offer remote work. The other thing I would suggest is basically when you're looking through job offers, like check if they say if it's remote. And by sites, I would say I don't know, LinkedIn, it's the only one that I've ever used. Maybe they know more. But for me, when I search on LinkedIn or somewhere else, it's like I check what the detail is. The details and if they allow remote work, or basically looking at a specific company, their website, and it's like, okay, in the website they say it's remote, so it's okay. Maybe if you know.
I think this is actually the biggest thing. So it used to be that you look for jobs on like JobsBG or maybe the IT portal DevBG. That. But the point is very much that we are now at a point where you just should go to the website of a company that you like and look for what jobs they are offering, because chances are some of those jobs are going to be remote. And it's usually standard now that it says like on location or remote on the job when it's being advertised. But yes, basically you don't search on any one specific place, but instead you can browse the web for any company that you might like and look for them. I know, for example, because I participate in recruitment, the minute we post something, we start receiving CVs from like India, Sri Lanka, the United States, China, I think at one point, just basically everywhere. So people are just following 11-bit job postings and they respond. So yeah, just find the company that you like and look for what they're offering.
Oh.
Nothing is stopping you anymore, basically.
Let me give you another point of view. As Yasen mentioned before, expand your network and your contacts. You can always ask your contacts and your friends that are working in the industry if there is open positions in their company and if you like them. So it's super easier to be referred to somewhere. Everybody appreciates that. And from my personal experience, the studios are preferring probably the recommendations and the people that are already known by someone who is already working in their studio. So use your contacts, use your friends, or use the media, the social media. You can always contact recruiters and ask, okay, I'm searching for a job. Help me.
And one last thing to add, as Yasen said earlier, expand your network, because if you expand and let's say you connect with us and tomorrow there is like a job offer and we will just share it on our profiles and you'll probably see it and you can even message us and be like, or this can be anyone, so you can message a person and be like, hey, I saw this, can you recommend me, can you help me, give me some pointers? Basically it was part of Yasen's presentation, which is spot on.
Hello. So it seems that your team is very international, but I suppose it's still predominantly Polish, like mostly your colleagues are Polish. So I'm curious, have you encountered some kind of like cultural barriers with communicating with your colleague both from Poland and from the other countries? More than you encounter between communicating between yourself?
I would say that the Polish people are super easy to communicate with. They're super sweet, they're super open for communication. I would say even that is easier from my point of view, it's a little bit easier to communicate with the Polish people than with the Bulgarians from time to time. There are cultural differences for sure, but I haven't encountered any issues like stoppers or blockers of our everyday work. It's you should, like in everything, you should find your way to communicate with these people. Everybody is different, so find your way to communicate with them. Doesn't matter if they're Polish, Iranian, because we have one Iranian guy in our team. We have Spanish guys, so we have many people. And if you find a way to talk with the person, doesn't matter from where they are.
Yeah, personally, I also haven't. Maybe because Polish people are a lot like us. Like, it's not like when you go in the US or somewhere where you make small talk. You know, hi, what's up? How is it going? Because like many times it's like I call them and it's like, yo, this, and the answer is that, and we just jump right into action. And of course there are some casual conversations, but this can happen naturally later. But there isn't like, I haven't felt a barrier or something. And the more you talk every day, this is why we said it's important to communicate and put efforts into that. You eventually become friends and you know each other, and I haven't encountered this.
Yes, very much. Our case is, again, probably not the most useful one because Poland is not all that different. Like, we're all Slavic people, basically, so there's a lot that we share. But we do have people, yes, from Spain, from Iran, from Finland, and haven't had issues with any of them. However, this is a very good question about studios that might be elsewhere in the world. So Japanese studios, for example, have a very particular culture that would be very different. So that would be a shock to try and work with remotely. So that might be another point in favor of trying to keep within 2 time zones, is that the people aren't all that different. But in general, if I had to guess, I'd say that any Western culture is probably more similar to us than it is different. So we're going to be able to find common ground a lot more easier than with cultures farther east. Although, again, as Tanya pointed out, we have somebody from Iran working with us, and never really felt like, oh, this is somebody from another culture, I have to be careful. No, we're talking on topic even when we go visit. It's very easy to talk to, so no.
Cool, thank you.
More questions?
Oh, tough question.
Hey, thanks for the talk. It was awesome and it touches on quite a lot of interesting points that I've experienced myself to some extent. One question to which the answer might be subjective is just us like guessing what might happen is remote work. It's here to stay. We hope so. But I've noticed something that most of the really big studios, like the really top players at the market, are still not that open to remote. At least this is my observation. So it's mostly about the semi-big or mid-sized studios like our studios basically that are becoming more open to remote. So what do you expect to change? Like, do you think that maybe in the future more of the biggest studios will be more open, or maybe another sort of change? How do you see things?
Okay, I'll start. In the end, it's all going to come down to competitive advantage. One thing that immediately changed when this thing opened is that studios, at least on the European market, can't afford not to do this because they're losing access to qualified people that might really enhance their teams. My case specifically, when I was recruited about a year ago, the point was made that 2 years ago, this would never have happened. Not for a senior creative position, that would have never been on the table. However, being in the world that we are in, they needed somebody with a specific set of skills that they couldn't find, apparently, on the Polish market. So they needed to reach out, and they got me, and then I helped bring in other very qualified people in the kind of stuff that we need to make our game. And basically, this project would not be possible to work if it didn't open up to a remote audience. Now, if you're such a big studio that people are willing to move heaven and earth to move and work on location for you, sure, you might be able to stay on location and work this way. But if you're small or mid-size and you want to keep relevant, you're going to need to allow remote work. If for no other reason than, actually we talk about remote work, about working from a different city or from a different country, but the truth is, I'm talking to friends now who are like, yeah, I'm looking for a job, but I really want to be able to work from home or just hybrid, just pop into the office for a couple of days a week, but just work from home. This is becoming people's expectations more and more. And whether you're working on location and you're working from your home, or whether you're working 2 time zones away and from your home, not that different. So I would expect that for the most part, it's going to move in this direction, unless, again, you're somebody who can afford to just say, come work for us, that's your only way, and then people are like, sure, we're coming.
But I think that the big studios probably will also shift to that, because this will give them, as Mitko said, advantage over to people, because like if even in, you said Naughty Dog earlier, Yasen, like if Naughty Dog require a really good level designer, you might be their choice, or anyone in this room, and it can be like, okay, we can get that person remotely, we cannot bring them here because of reasons, so we can work it out. Basically, I guess they will need to weight their pros and cons and figure it out. Maybe from Bulgaria it will be like too hard for them, but maybe elsewhere in the US or somewhere else, it can be fine.
There are many companies recruiting not remotely, but if you're asking them, they are usually saying that for the right person, they will reconsider their position. So my opinion on this topic is that probably for the right experts or positions, there will be always open possibility for working remotely. Even with like more visiting the studio, like you have to travel a little bit more, but it will be possibility if you're their person.
Yes, you also need to work hard.
Okay, last questions? No one? No. Okay,
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank Konstantin and Tanya from 11-Bit Studios. 10 minutes, and we're closing off the jam with a very special speaker from Snapshot Studios, actually the founder. Tell you more in 10 minutes. Be right back.
You can work and you can love your work. Almost everybody who is involved in the IT industry has had that romantic dream of joining the games industry. The dream can be fulfilled.
Having this ownership of the project here in Sofia is very, very exciting.
We have to learn the engine, the whole new code base.
It's interesting to follow the development of features throughout the series, to see how the studio experiments with some ideas, how they get refined or change, and have different iterations in the newer titles. I've been years-long fan of the series. I've always played Total War like probably the last decade, and now being able to work on those titles is just amazing. A dream job, actually.
It's been a fantastic opportunity to work on Troy. I have very high expectations of the final product.
We have this great, powerful team of different individuals working together on a great project.
Yeah, this is one of the most amazing things, that we have the creative freedom to realize our ideas, share what we know and what we are passionate about.
Everyone should have a voice. It's a creative process.
One of the major draws of the series is the ability to immerse yourself in that time period.
All ideas are always welcome, so it is always a very collaborative effort.
The thing that excites me most about working here is the ability to grow and knowing that any effort you put in does have a result.
We moved 6 months ago to a new studio. It's tailored for us. It's tailored for our current team and for our growth, because it's quite invigorating to see our future, to see our current successes being materialized in this way.
We constructed, three audio rooms with surround sound capabilities and a live room. The office space gives us the capability of further growth, because we want to expand. We want to be able to do bigger and better projects in the future.
The people I work with and the game we're making. It's just very exciting.
It's probably the enthusiasm of people and drive and the willingness to give their best.
I love my job. It's easy as that. Don't hesitate and don't waste your time. Just join us.
What would I say to a potential recruit? I would say join us, because we're the best, we're the biggest, and we make the best games.
I grew up playing Total War. 12 years later, I've become part of the team.
I came as an intern, then I got to be permanent, then I became a senior in 5 years.
Everyone cares about your career development here.
They publish my artwork and print out on the wall of the entrance of the company, which is quite flattering for me. It's kind of like the peak of my career.
If you thrive in a high energy environment where everyone's smarter than you are, this is the place to be.
It's an escape for people sometimes. People turn on a game and just lose themselves in another world.
Being able to do that for them is just, it makes me feel so proud and happy that I can. And that's what I love about working at CA.
We all are very passionate people and very passionate gamers. I think this is one of the best things that kind of melts everybody together.
Creativity can come from anywhere, and that's the beauty of it.
In the games that we actually make, there's quite a breadth of creative scope. We've got fantastical creatures, we've got magic, we've got strange and weird weaponry, sci-fi.
Before I start working in the game industry, I look up to people who work in the game industry as well. Actually, a lot of people who work here at CA used to be my secret mentor when I was younger.
We have some really, really awesome guys on the team, and everyone's word is really valued.
We argue a lot. We love each other, though.
The diversity of the team and the slightly left field style of thinking just gives everything we do a kind of little bit of a flavour.
It feels really, really special to be able to say to people I worked on the game, and they're saying, oh, I know that, I've played it.
People are playing it, people are getting really excited about it, I'm really excited about it.
It's fantastic that we are kind of empowered and given the opportunity to do things that are a little bit weird.
That's really a beautiful thing that I have in my job, and I feel really lucky that I have that.
Takes me over, feel the pulse of it, pulls me under.
Next up, we got a person who created and released his first game when he was only 17 years old. 10 years later, he created UFO Enemy Unknown, which is a game which has been a huge influence on the industry ever since. Now he lives in Bulgaria, in Sofia. He founded his own studio called Snapshot Games, which has worked on Phoenix Point and Chaos Reborn. Here to talk is the father of FXCOM, Julian Gollop.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm here today to talk about a very important question, which is what game should I make? It's not what game do I want to make, by the way. It's a very important distinction, and I'll go into why a little bit later. And it's very much a guide for independent developers, or could be just one-man shows, could be small developers, but anybody who wants to make a success of being an indie developer. So there are many considerations in deciding what game you should make. There is, what games you like to play, it's an obvious one. What your expertise might be, the resources you need to make it, which may be money or time, whatever. What particular strengths you might have in certain areas, whether it's art or storytelling. What particular theme that you're really interested in. This can make a big difference in a game's success. There may also be marketing opportunities. It might be a licensed brand. You might be doing a board game conversion or something like that. So these are all important considerations, and I'm not going to talk about any of them. So what am I going to talk about, and what is important in deciding what game you should make? So the first thing to point out is the reality of the market. And for indie developers, we're mostly looking at Steam, of course, where most indie developers will sell almost all the games on Steam these days. And in 2021, there are over 20,000 titles released, but a typical indie game would only make around $13,000. And only 15% of indie games make more than 100K. So it's a very, very difficult market for indie game developers, or in fact anybody trying to release a game on Steam without lots of resources and marketing and so on. So the most important decision you'll actually have to make before you consider anything else is the factor that affects the success of your game before you even start is what genre or subgenre your game is actually going to be in. But it's not an easy question to answer because you have to analyze the genres, and how do you analyze the potential for a success of a genre, and how do you take into account the genre trends, the shifting player preferences, and so on, and how can you actually make this decision reasonably and help make your game a success and stand out from those 10,000 other games that are released every year. So what you need to do here is research. There are a number of tools that you can use here. The one I'm sort of demoing here a little bit is VG Insights. All they're doing is they're analyzing Steam data. Steam provide a lot of data on games. One thing they don't provide, of course, is actual sales. So what VG Insights does, it provides sales estimates based on the number of Steam reviews and the year of release. And they've calibrated this so that it's reasonably accurate. I have to emphasize it's not very accurate, but for the purposes of our analysis, it's still a good tool. How many of you are actually familiar with VG Insights? Have any of you looked at this website? One person? Okay. So this is completely new to most of you. One issue you'll have with VG Insights is if you will need to pay them some money. Unfortunately, it's not completely free. I think it's around $20 a month. But you can do your research and then stop paying them. And one thing they have on their website is a very, very interesting chart. And it's what they call a genre supply-demand chart. So on the y-axis, you've got what is either average or median income per title. And on the x-axis, you've got number of games released in the last 365 days. I'm looking here at median sales. I'm looking at the different subgenres that they have categorized on their website. Now, one interesting thing from this is a very interesting chart, is you'll see that, typical traditional games, 2D platformers and shooters and stuff, puzzle games, there are a lot of these games made. They don't sell jack shit, basically, so don't do any of those, okay? There's obviously a reason for that. I mean, puzzle games are obviously much easier to make much easier to make in general than, say, 4X games on the top left. But if you look at that sort of top left quadrant, this is a logarithmic scale, by the way, so from 9,000 to 92,000 is a big leap. So right on the top left, you've got 4X games, and your median sales on that are really high for an indie game. But obviously, there's a reason why indie developers don't make those games, because they are difficult to make. They're not easy compared to the puzzle game down on the right. But you've got another interesting collection of things here: Colony Sim City Builder, open world survival crafting games, base building. There's actually quite a strong emphasis on simulation-style elements in those games, and it's actually a very good opportunity for considering developing a game is what kind of simulation elements you might want to include in it, because there's a lot of demand for that type of game. Interestingly, RTS games, there are not many of those made these days, but they do well. They do well if you can build one. There's a good indie RTS game released recently based on Starship Troopers. I know it's a licensed property, but it's a small indie kind of develops RTS. It's very good and has done very well. So it is an option. It's a valid option to do. Popular genres, roguelite, which is a very broad definition now of a genre, and card games and so on, very broad. And some of these genres are not very useful, because they got one at the top left which just says turn-based. That to me is not really a genre of a game. It's not a very useful consideration, so you have to drill down a bit. And this in itself is very interesting and helpful, but not 100% useful. So what I've done here on VG Insights, I've basically narrowed my focus. This is all indie games released since 2019, so it's in the last 3 years, not the whole totality of Steam sales, with 1,000 plus estimated sales. So you cut out all of the thousands of games that don't do anything at the bottom. And you'll see here, interestingly, that the bottom chart, by the way, is the number of games released per month. And it's fairly level. It doesn't show a massive increase. There is a big increase, but they're mostly games that don't sell very much. And the median sale here, which is our real indicator of the kind of opportunity in a particular genre, is only $12,854. So what you can do with VG Insights, you can go and dig a little bit deeper into the genre analysis. And let's say you want to explore the possibility of making a game, a deck builder game inspired by Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire was released officially about beginning 2019. It was in early access for a long time before that. But it was very popular, sold 2.4 million units according to VG Insights. And the number of active players, even today, is really high. This is a really successful game. But the thing is this a complete outlier, or does it represent an opportunity? And there may be some reasons why it is just an outlier, because there haven't been successes similar to Slay the Spire, really, since then. There's maybe one or two. You might point to a game called Inscription, which was released last year, for example. There was Griftlands, for example, also came out a while ago. Monster Train was another one. Yeah, although nowhere near as successful as this, by the way. Nowhere near. So there have been a few. How many people have played this, by the way? So it's a few, tiny handful. Okay. Well, it's a deck-building roguelite. I mean, just to explain briefly, deck-building games kind of originate from board games. There was a game called Dominion, which I think came out around 2007. But it really wasn't until Slay the Spire came out this concept was really translated successfully, anyway, to video games. Basically, you have a deck of cards, you're playing cards from a hand in order to do various actions, but part of the gameplay is actually building and customizing your deck as you're going along. You can add cards, sometimes you can take away cards, and you're trying to improve your deck as you go through the game. It's also a roguelike game in the sense that you will fail badly, and there's some kind of meta progression, there's some kind of random elements in the progression as well. So it's a roguelike deck builder. So now we're looking at the analysis of VG Insights with the Steam tag deck building, and this has a median revenue of $25,000. The bottom number of great games released over time, as you can see, this is actually going up. In the last 2 years, the trend is definitely upwards, but there's not huge numbers here. So we can add some extra details. So we had deck building roguelike. So this is the actual genre that Slay the Spire is in, because deck building can also include other games like Magic the Gathering. Again, it's even smaller number, but the actual median revenue is going up quite a bit. We can even narrow it down further. So what we'll put here is, well, what if I want to make a deck building roguelike game which has more RPG elements to it? And just by putting those tags in, we can see if there are, in fact, some games that are in this genre. And there are. It's a relatively small number, but there is 2 or 3 released per month. There's a bit of a blip recently. But the median sales are now up to over $74,000. So from this research alone, it looks like there is maybe an opportunity here to do what I wanted to do, which is do a Slay the Spire style game, but with the added twist, I want to make it much more of an RPG. Just to do some comparisons here, so these again using my category, last 3 years from 2019, indie games only, 1,000+ sales. Median sales, so this one that we selected, deck building RPG roguelike, yes, it's 74,000. It's a very small sample though. 4X games and colony sims, as we've seen, are pretty good from that genre analytics chart we showed you right at the beginning. Action RPGs, forget about them. RPG is such a general and abused kind of genre at the moment. Just saying I'm going to make an RPG is not going to help you at all. Metroidvania, which is much more specific and has a lot of popularity, especially from console gaming. But again, not as good as, say, 4X or Colony Sim. So what we need to do then is, what you need to do at this stage in your research is actually look at some of these specific games, and again, you can list them on VG Insights according to those tags that you've picked here, and you can actually just look at them and see what they're actually doing that's of interest, and what is it, the RPG factor that makes it different from Slay the Spire. And this leads us on to actually perhaps the main point. The genre blending can actually increase potential audience, and a unique new mechanic will give an established genre a new hook or even create a new genre. So what I did then as I looked through those games that were picked out with those tags and see, well, what is actually interesting is there. So one recent game that came up was Cross the Obelisk. It's actually released, I think, back in the beginning of August sometime. And it has sold 160,000 units. So on indie terms, this is a really successful title. And it claims to be an RPG, deck building, cooperative roguelite. So the interesting thing to me that stood out was it says cooperative, because this is new, because Slay the Spire is not a cooperative game. Most of these games are not. It does have deck building, has a roguelike elements, has a strong RPG, but it's also cooperative. And that's an interesting twist. This is what it looks like, by the way. And you can see it's got a bit of a Darkest Dungeon aesthetic going on. You've got your kind of team of heroes on the left, you've got the enemies on the right, and you're playing cards from your hand to do all your attacks and other actions. Very simple 2D graphics, a bit on the ugly side, nothing terribly technically difficult to do. But people love this game. This has been really successful, and the co-op element is, in fact, one of the really interesting twists that makes it really different to the other deck building games that are out there. So let's take another example. Say Steam tags. So we're looking at Steam tags here, bullet hell games. Now the median revenue is just under $13,000. You should forget about trying to make a game like this. However, people are still making them, as you can see. More games are still released in this genre than in our deck building genre. But they're not selling very well, so why are indie devs doing it is the question. But there is something that you can do here, which is called genre subversion. So what about Bullet Heaven? So Vampire Survivors, again, a game that came out very recently, I think back in August. And this is like a reverse bullet hell. So here you are, in fact, spewing out thousands of bullets and projectiles while destroying hordes of enemies. It is a roguelike game as well, so it has a very strong roguelike feel to it. But it's kind of subverted the bullet hell genre, and it was sold for a very small amount of money. I think it's just $3 originally, yeah, and it's, I think, one developer. But now this has sold like 4 million units, and has been phenomenally successful. And basically what he's done is he's subverted that genre, he's created a new genre, and it's been wildly successful. However, you can overdo it. I looked at some other games. So this is, again, a single developer. He's got a game called Railroads and Catacombs. And what he's done here, he's tried to blend different genres. So we've got deck building with card modification like Inscription. You have a grid-based combat system with telegraphed enemy attacks and sort of moving, pushing, and pulling. This is very much like Into the Breach, which is another very successful roguelike game. There is a train, I don't know why, maybe it's some reference to Monster Train, but nonetheless you have it there. It's still got the Darkest Dungeon aesthetic. So he's tried to, in this case I think he's tried to do too much, because I'm playing the demo for this game, I'm trying to think of, well, is there anything interesting about it apart from the fact it's mixed these things? So it didn't work very well, but I would say, you know, he obviously is looking at what things are going on, and what he should have done is perhaps focus on one innovation in the genre, not like 5, or try to blend 5 other genres or whatever. But there's another very good example. This is a genre blending masterpiece. This is Cult of the Lamb, also a huge hit. And essentially what they've done here, you can't really say what genre this game actually is, because it has 2 really distinct components. On one hand, you've got this kind of action roguelike thing going on, which is not very complicated. Nor does it take that much time, but you've also got this, you've got all your followers and stuff, and you're building up your kind of cult following here, which is kind of very much in the colony sim genre, I guess. But it has been hugely successful. As we've seen from our original genre research, colony sim, simulation type elements in games, there is a lot of demand for them. So what they've done is say, okay, we've got a kind of simulation type thing going on, and we've mixed it with an action roguelike, which is kind of popular. I guess games like Hades show that it can be very popular. And we blended these together very well, and we made an excellent game. Many other reasons why it's successful, but I think a very good example of genre blending. So just to follow up with other research tools that I quite like. So Steam Peak is a free tool. What you can do here is you can enter a game or a number of games, and it will just give you a list of games that are similar to that game. And you can sort that in various ways. It's a very good way to compare different games in different genres without actually having to specify the genres. That is a very good tool, that's free. And the other tool that I use is not really a tool, which is the Steam Next Fest. So Next Fest is really good because basically you've got hundreds of indies who are making you have to provide a demo to enter this, so there are literally hundreds of demos that you can just download and play. And this is essentially the kind of research you need to do. You need to download and play lots of demos, and Steam Next Fest is the way to do it. And the next one is actually, I think, next year in beginning of February. Do not miss it. This is your real opportunity to do some serious research. So, conclusion. So, deciding what game you should make, first of all, you need to do your analysis. So you look at genre sales potential using tools like VG Insights. And you need to look at trends within genres. Okay, there are deck building games, but are they developing towards other directions? And they are. If you actually look at these games, there are a lot more that are trying to do elements of RPG or co-op, like the Obelisk game, or involving various turn-based tactical type elements to them. It's an rapidly evolving genre, so there are definitely opportunities there. Third thing you should do is look for genre blending opportunities. So, for example, deck building is a popular mechanic in games. 4X games are very popular. As anyone who's going to make a deck building 4X game? It's not. There isn't one, by the way. But I mean, you could think, well, maybe it might be a good opportunity to make such a game. Now, genre subversion also represents a huge opportunity, like the Vampire Survivors game. But with that one, it's very difficult to predict what will be successful or not, because you really have very little comparison if you're doing a complete genre subversion. But it can work brilliantly if you can get it right. And it's always worth considering that if you look at a genre, and it might be a bit stale, but still very widely played and well known, what can I do that will subvert that genre and give it an interesting hook or a different mechanic that will suddenly revive it or even create a new subgenre altogether? So that's it for my little simple presentation. I hope it will be useful to you. If you have some questions, we have some time, I think.
Yeah, we have time. Oh. Yeah, my question is, when you're doing such an analysis on games, and this is something that I guess a lot of game developers do, and talk about why certain games are successful with friends, and including we're doing this in a professional capacity. How can we be sure that it's not just our egos, our make-believe speaking? Because yes, for some games there are some tropes that we can make out and think that this is why, because this is the reason they are successful. But there are other games that are just ridiculous, and yet they are successul, so no one can say why. Mm-hmm. Like, say, Flappy Bird, it's not a quality game. Yes. It's not. There's nothing about it, and I would put Vampire Survivors in that category also.
Yeah, unpredictable. Yes.
Yeah. How do you know that your analysis actually means something, and all this is not just blind luck or something? Because even for games that we seem to think that there are some certain qualities to them, when you ask different people, you get totally different answers to why they think they are successful. So there's no statistical or general agreement among the public why a certain game does well. How do you know that our analysis matters and it's actually something of value, or if it's just random?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, yeah, the analysis does matter. So the thing is, there are plenty of outliers, and these are the ones that tend to stand out to people. So the games that are really successful, that may be a bit unusual, are, they are outliers, and often people want to make games based on, the games that they like and are successful. But you can't really use data to say much about these games. That's why I'm focusing here, is that you need to look at median sales, not average sales, because they're skewed by these outliers that are really popular. You can't really build into your analysis something like Vampire Survivors, because it's not, they created a genre, and there's nothing you can compare it with. There's nothing really to comparison, so you can't do that either. But what you can do is increase the chances of your game being successful by picking genres which have more opportunity and less supply, more demand and less supply, which is the basic point that VG Insights was trying to make. So, you know that there are very few 4X games being made in the indie game space, but there is, and they tend to sell better than once they are made, they do tend to sell better. So it's kind of maybe safer trying to make that. If you're able to make such a game, it's probably safer trying to make such a game than say, yeah, we're going to make the best, third-person shooter ever, because there's so many of those that you're going to be drowned out in the competition. So the analysis does matter, but like I said, the outliers is if you can do some genre blending tricks, a bit like what Beyond the Obelisk and also Cult of the Lamb did. So they're not doing anything amazingly radical. They're saying, well, here's a popular genre which is colony sim, here's roguelikes are also fairly popular. Can we make something which is uniquely interesting by combining these. And we know there is a market for a big market for colony sim type games. This is a fact. But we're making it more humorous and more light with an action roguelike element. So the analysis is still valid, but this is not going to predict the outliers. And you probably shouldn't base your decisions on what I should make on some outlier on the data. Because your chances will be just being less successful.
So, game genres ebb and flow,
yeah.
Or at least their popularity. So these days also, another point is that games tend to take longer and longer to make. And looking at data right now, how do you extrapolate on what the situation is going to be year, 2 years, maybe 3 years later when you're finishing your game? So is there a tendency for how long genres stick around? What would you look for in the graphics you showed us so that you would know that, well, not know, but hope that the popularity of the genres and the mix of them is going to be still there when your game is finished?
Yeah, a good question. Well, in the case of the example I was looking at, which is the deck building, what I looked at is to see, well, what is the trend in terms of releases? And you can see that in the last 2 years, actually, the number of deck building roguelikes has actually increased in the last 2 years. And it could be that people played Slay the Spire and said, I'm going to make my game, and it's taken like 2 or 3 years to make it, and that's why we're now seeing them, because there's this delay that you're talking about. But they are clearly, doing quite well in terms of the median sales. And the other thing is you need to look at all of those games individually and see where are they innovating on them? What are the things that are doing that are increasing the popularity of this kind of genre. So in case of the Obelisk game, they've added co-op, which is really cool, and apparently players really like it. But it's on the basis of that deck building genre. I think that the genre is going to be around for a long, long time. It's not going to die out. It is essentially a game mechanic rather than a genre, so you can actually build a lot around it, which is what some of these developers are in fact doing. I mean, I looked at a couple recently. It is called Nadir, is an interesting one just released. They have an interesting twist on the actual card play mechanic. It's still very much a deck building roguelike. Behind Oresa, I think it was called, another recent release. Very cool animation, 3D animation in that one. Aesthetically really good. It's, there is innovation going on. It's not stagnant. So unlike the bullet hell genre, which is really stagnant until Vampire Survivors, it's kind of, you can see that there's something going on there in terms of what people are working on in that trend, which is a good sign. I mean, other genres tend to get very, very stagnant. I mean, and very difficult to work in. I mean, the worst probably is like MOBAs, for example. I mean, no indie would probably even try and make a MOBA, and probably no even sane big developer would either, publisher. I mean, there are other examples. Say the roguelike genre as a whole is a very interesting one, because that's, again, not so much a genre as such as a set of core mechanics. So roguelite games were initially dominated by action roguelites, Binding of Isaac, Nuclear Throne, for example. But those have become much less popular, and the deck-building roguelites have suddenly become much more popular. There are also some other trends in roguelites. There are some auto-battler roguelites, for example. So they're trying to blend roguelite structure with auto-battler mechanics. Another example is genre blending, and there's a recent example of a game which has been successful. I can't remember the name of it, but again, a fairly recent release. So you have to look at what people are actually doing, not just the categories, because that will show you where the innovation is actually taking place.
Thanks.
Oh, more questions?
Hello. Is there a pitfall to designing by market research in what is essentially a passion-driven endeavor, or at least I would hope so in the case of indie games? Outside of course, making a genre soup like that Dungeons and Trains game you pointed out.
There is a pitfall, yes. The pitfall is that you'll be making a game you're not really interested in making or playing, which is terrible. But what you can do is that this kind of research can stop you making a game which you really, really want to make, but is probably not going to sell anything and will end your career. So it might stop you doing that. You'll probably have to find some other game or genre which you are interested in making, which stands a chance of success. Like, for example, the Slay the Spire, I was at one point interested in making a game like this when, back in 2018 when it came out, I was saying to my co-founder of Snapshot, we really need to make a game like this. This is going to be enormous. No one else agreed. But even then, it's still viable, because now we're seeing that there is some real innovation in this deck-building roguelike space, and where there's now evidence to support it. So my initial desire to make such a game is now supported by evidence rather than contradicted by it. So it can help you. Just don't try and make a passion project which is in a genre which is saturated and you're not doing anything really innovative in it. And I would say this, though, that trying to innovate just on story, theme, and art style is usually never going to cut it. You have to, especially for indie developers, the actual quality of the art is much less important than the gameplay experience. And again, Slay the Spire is a pretty ugly game. I mean, it's it's nothing special. Vampire Survivors is incredibly ugly and looks horrible. But again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, that's kind of the area you need to be looking at is the gameplay. What is the gameplay is really exciting to me and might be also innovative, and there's an opportunity in terms of market for it. That will help you make your decision.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions? If not, we have a very amusing question from YouTube. So, question for Julian. I'm currently developing a puzzle game. Based on the chart you showed earlier, I'm interested to know, will you please adopt me? Maybe he's looking for a job, but he doesn't specify what. Exactly.
Yeah, puzzle game. How's that going to help him with his game? I'm not sure.
That's what he's asking. I'm not sure.
It's a hard question.
He's just making a puzzle game, and will you adopt him?
Well, I'm not sure.
He's not sure.
What the reason is.
Maybe come and ask personally.
Yeah. Okay.
If there's no more questions,
yeah.
Thank you so much, Julian. It's been great having you back on this stage again.
Thank you.
And this has been everything from the conference this year. We are, of course, going on the next weekend. Don't miss that. In the Polish Institute, there's going to be a job fair. So if you're interested in working in this industry or potentially working in this industry, you got some questions, or you just want to meet some people that already work there, you got more time to ask questions, more time to get acquainted with the entire dynamic of what's going on, just feel free to go there. It's going to be the entire weekend. It's going to be great. I've been to multiple of these job fairs, and it's a great vibe. Don't miss out on this. There's going to be Creative Assembly Sofia there, Ubisoft Sofia, Chibi Phoenix, Black Sea Games, Pontica Solutions, Haymont Games, and Infinity Gods. So plenty of opportunity. It's going to be great. Thank you so much again for coming and participating. It's so great to be back with the Sofia Game Jam. We'll be back next year. And again, thank you so much. See ya. Bye-bye.